Chapter 991. Lin Xian closed his eyes and quickly activated the longevity art. At that moment, he had broken through the third firmament of the Venerable Realm and reached the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm. It had to be said that the speed of his breakthrough was too fast. Of course, it had to do with his hard work. One had to know that before this he had experienced countless soul-stirring battles, which was why he had obtained this precious opportunity. Moreover, the longevity art in his body was also extraordinary and mysterious. Its effect was much better than other people's cultivation methods. The speed of absorption and transformation was also terrifying. At that moment, Lin Xian had reached the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm and was charging towards the fifth firmament. After reaching the fourth firmament of the Venerable Realm, the rapid improvement slowed down because the energy required to go from the fourth firmament to the fifth firmament of the Venerable Realm was more than the previous four firmament combined. This also proved that the ninth firmament of the Venerable Realm was harder to cultivate. However, Lin Xian did not want to let go of this opportunity. He recalled that there was still an energy ball left behind by King Pillfeather in the mysterious dagger. Therefore, he wanted to absorb the two energies together and see if he could break through to the fifth firmament of the Venerable Realm. He separated a portion of his soul power and sent it into the mysterious dagger. He wanted to pull out the energy ball left behind by King Pillfeather. However, in the next moment, before he could touch the energy ball, the black thousand-beast cauldron suddenly trembled. The thousand-beast cauldron trembled violently and emitted a black light. On the cauldron, strange beasts quickly swam as if they were alive. This phenomenon directly alarmed Lin Xian. He did not expect the thousand-beast cauldron to change at this time. However, before he could react, the black light on the cauldron spun rapidly and formed a black vortex. In the next moment, a terrifying devouring power surged out and quickly spread in all directions, absorbing the energy in the pool of blood. Soon, the entire demon blood pool surged rapidly. Endless blood surged and gathered towards Lin Xian. This phenomenon was very weak at first, but it became more and more intense. In the end, even Murong Qingcheng, Duguo Yin, and the others were alarmed. They all opened their eyes and withdrew from their cultivation to look at this scene in shock. What? This Lin Xian is crazy. Li Yunfei's expression was grave. It was likely that no one would be able to withstand such a rate of absorption. Duguo Yin was also stunned. He could not understand why Lin Xian would be so impulsive. Murong Qingqing was even more surprised. She couldn't help but want to go up and interrupt. Fortunately, Lin Xian sent her a voice transmission to let her know that everything was fine. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Murong Qingqing felt relieved. If a cultivator were to absorb so much energy at once, they would likely explode and die. However, Lin Xian was different. Although the energy surged into his body, it was not absorbed by him. Instead, it flowed into the 10,000 beast cauldron. Therefore, he was only a medium in the middle of the journey and was not in much danger. Moreover, the cleansing of this pure energy made his body even stronger. However, the commotion was getting louder and louder. Even the dark red dragon could not help but ask, "Kid, what the hell are you doing? This place is not normal. Don't act recklessly. If you alarm something extraordinary, it will be fun." Hearing this, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He quickly replied, "It's not me. It's the 10,000 beast cauldron. I can't do anything about it." He tried to use his soul power to control the 10,000 beast cauldron to interrupt the energy absorption. However, he realized that it was useless. Hearing that it was the 10,000 beast cauldron's doing, the dark red dragon did not say anything else. Instead, it absorbed even more frantically. It had a feeling that the 10,000 beast cauldron's actions would definitely attract some trouble. Sure enough, not long after, a low voice suddenly sounded from the bottom of the demon blood pool, like a muffled thunderclap. The voice came from deep underground. Hearing this voice, everyone's hair stood on end. The dark red dragon was shocked. It quickly returned to Lin Xian's side with the snow-white monkey and the other two demon beasts. Then, with a whoosh, it entered the demon beast pouch. Dugu Outyen and the others opened their eyes again. Their eyes were filled with shock. They did not expect such a terrifying sound to come from the bottom of the demon blood pool. Just this voice alone was enough to cause their blood to boil and their bodies to almost split apart. In the next moment, a terrifying force came, instantly enveloping Lin Xian and pushing him up quickly. In an instant, Lin Xian and the others were pushed out by this force. Fortunately, this force was very gentle. It only pushed them out and did not cause them any harm. Outside, near the huge demon blood pool, everyone waited patiently. Suddenly, Chi Hao opened his eyes with a serious expression. "Are they coming out?" But this time shouldn't be. It's a little earlier than expected. The black-white double ghosts and the others were also puzzled. However, in the next moment, they saw 4 blood-red light pillars rushing out quickly. They were dozens of feet tall. Boundless blood fell, revealing 4 figures. "They're coming out." Everyone stood up when they saw Lin Xian and the others. In the sky, Dugu Outyen and the other two looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. Murong Qingqing glanced at him and said with a sweet voice, "You brat, you always make things so dangerous. You make us worry for nothing." Lin Xian smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying big guy in the demon blood pool. Forget it. It's only a little earlier anyway. Moreover, we've gained quite a lot this time." Dugu Outyen shrugged and did not say anything else. Li Yunfei also took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned around and flew down. Lin Xian also sighed. Originally, he wanted to fuse the two forces together to break through to the 5th heaven of the Venerable Realm. He did not expect it to cause an abnormality in the 1,000-beast cauldron. Damn, that stupid cauldron. It caused such a big mess. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. He also pulled Murong Qingqing down. "What's going on? Why did you come out early?" Seeing Lin Xian and Li Yunfei land, the black-white double ghosts walked up. "It's nothing. There was a small accident," Lin Xian said. "Hey, you've broken through to the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm." Seeing that Lin Xian was unwilling to say more, the black-white double ghosts did not pursue the matter. Instead, they looked at him and exclaimed when they sensed his aura. Originally, they wanted to close the gap, but it seemed that the gap was getting wider and wider. The black-white double ghosts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They had also broken through to the 4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. However, their auras were much weaker than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian's current aura was at least at the mid-4th heaven of the Venerable Realm. The black-white double ghosts looked around and realized that Murong Qingqing's aura was similar to Lin Xian's. Dugu Outyen and Li Yunfei's auras were even more terrifying. They were even stronger than Lin Xian's. In fact, this was very normal. The two of them had a higher cultivation than Lin Xian before. It was not a big deal that their cultivation was still higher. Chapter 992. Not only did his strength increase, but the cultivation of the dark red divine dragon, the snow-white monkey, and the other beasts had also increased. Especially the dark red divine dragon. It had risen to the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm. It seemed like this guy had used some secret technique. As for the snow-white monkey, it was still the same as before. It looked extremely cute, and no one could tell what its cultivation level was. However, Lin Xian would not underestimate it. After all, the dark red divine dragon's tail was still no match for the snow-white monkey. This made the dark red divine dragon even more depressed. It was infuriated to be suppressed by a little thing. "Kid, hurry up and get me the dragon blood, or go find the heavenly netherbird." "Don't worry, I will definitely do those 2 things," Lin Xian comforted. Although the dark red divine dragon was anxious, this matter could not be rushed. It had to be prepared slowly. "All right, everyone. We have stayed in the demon-slaying realm for quite some time, and everyone has completed the transformation of the demon blood pool. I think it's time to leave this place, Duguoutian said in a clear voice. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all quieted down. At the same time, their hearts were pounding. Many of them clenched their fists, and their eyes shone brightly. They had all gained a lot from this demon-slaying gathering, and they wondered if they could make it to the Mystic Honorable Ranking Board. As for the experts who were already on the Mystic Honorable Ranking Board, they were even more confident. This time, they wanted to get a better ranking. Everyone was excited, and they could not wait to return to the Immortal Martial Academy. Immortal Martial Academy, True Martial Lake. Countless disciples gathered here, and they did not disperse. They all looked up at the sky. The battle between the 3 challengers and the gatekeeper had shocked them, and they could not extricate themselves from it for a long time. That scene was too awesome, especially the battle between Lin Xian and Jinyu. It could be said to be a classic. This kind of battle was rare, and under normal circumstances, they would not be able to see such a high-level battle. It was only at the demon-slaying gathering that they could see the glory of the top experts. Moreover, what surprised them was that Lin Xian, a new student, was actually so powerful. He was not any weaker than Duguoutian and Li Yunfei. They also knew that after this demon-slaying gathering, Lin Xian would become one of the top experts in the academy. This was an honor, a miracle. Even Duguoutian and Li Yunfei would need a very long time to achieve this feat, however. Lin Xian had only entered the academy for a short period of time. Yet he had already accomplished this feat. This speed could only be described as terrifying. Just as the disciples below were exclaiming in shock, Principal Xian and a few elders weren't idling around either. Especially Dean Xian, he took out the compass from before and quickly infused it with spiritual energy. Then the compass shone brightly and formed 12 ancient characters again. They floated in the air and formed a mysterious door. It didn't take long for the mysterious light door to slowly open. It started to tremble slightly, and then the void started to fluctuate. Countless rays of light gushed out from the mysterious light door and filled the sky above the true Martial Lake. "They're out! They're out!" It wasn't anyone who cried out in surprise. Immediately, everyone looked up at the sky excitedly. When they saw the figures of Lin Xian, Duguoutian, and the others, they immediately shouted excitedly. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were especially excited. They were all shouting Lin Xian's name loudly, their voices shaking the surroundings. When Lin Xian heard the cheers from below, he felt relaxed and happy. After such a long battle, he was finally back. The other cultivators were also excited. As they looked down, a sense of pride rose in their hearts. Although the gatekeepers were powerful this time, the demonic blood pool was also very rich. Everyone had improved tremendously. They would definitely surpass the other martial artists who didn't participate in the demon-slaying gathering. Just as everyone was getting excited, the towering black stone monument within the Immortal Martial Academy suddenly emitted a resplendent light. The names that were originally written on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard disappeared and were replaced by unfamiliar names. It changed. It actually changed. Seeing the changes on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard, everyone looked at the stone tablet in the distance and exclaimed. Even Lin Xian and the others were stunned. They didn't expect the Mystic Honorable leaderboard to change at this time. Soon, someone shouted excitedly, "It's up! It's up! My name is actually on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. Ha ha, I'm so happy." It was a senior who had tried many times to get on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard but had never succeeded. This time he had just come out of the demon-slaying realm and his name had risen to the 99th place on the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. Although he was at the bottom, he had actually made it onto the Mystic Honorable leaderboard. What's going on? Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, an elder in the sky slashed out and said loudly, "Because your cultivation level has greatly increased in the demon-slaying realm, you didn't have to go through a challenge this time." The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard will judge you directly. Of course, if you're defeated in the future, your names will fall off the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard again. The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard will judge us. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then their breathing quickened and they were extremely excited. They circulated their spiritual power with all their might and displayed their strongest power. Originally, after they came out, they wanted to rest for a few days and go into seclusion to challenge the experts on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard to get on the leaderboard. However, they didn't expect the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard to judge them as soon as they came out, and they were already on the leaderboard. This had never happened before. Thinking about it, this must have happened because the demon-slaying conference had improved too much this time, far surpassing the previous ones. Below, the crowd was even more excited. They all stared nervously at the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, witnessing this historic moment. It's changed, it's changed. Seeing the names of the powerhouses being replaced one by one, the crowd began to cry out in surprise. Look, the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard has also changed. That's Jiang Yan. His ranking has changed. He's risen from the 8th place to the 6th place. Qi Hao's ranking has dropped. He's now the 7th place. Seeing the changes in the rankings of these super powerhouses, the crowd cried out in surprise. This was because the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard were very special. Each of them was a super powerhouse. These people dominated the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard all year round and rarely had their rankings changed. Every change was accompanied by an extremely intense battle. Moreover, there weren't many challenges of this level. Therefore, there had never been such a huge change in the top 10 of the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. It's changed again. Morong Qingqing is now the 5th place. The crowd cried out in surprise. Sure enough, Morong Qingqing's name appeared above Jiang Yan's. She was now the 5th place. Although Morong Qingqing rarely made a move, everyone who had seen her in action was still shocked beyond words. Chapter 993. They were not unhappy that Morong Qingqing was ranked higher than them. Moreover, they did not plan to challenge Morong Qingqing again in the near future. Although the others had not seen Morong Qingqing in action, they knew that Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian had killed the gold-ranked demonic beast. That was a major event that was recorded in the history of the demon-slaying world. This was enough to make them 5th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Where's Lin Xian? Just as the crowd was discussing and paying attention to the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard, someone raised this question. That's right. Lin Xian was so strong. His ranking would definitely be very high. Everyone turned their heads and looked carefully at the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Xian's name appeared in 3rd place. 3rd. Seeing Lin Xian appear in the 3rd place, everyone was in an uproar. Although they had already guessed that Lin Xian might make it to the top 3, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The top 3 on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard were the most influential people. They were even more famous than the top 10. In the past, the 3rd place was Red Pagoda. However, he did not participate in the demon-slaying conference. Now he had fallen to 4th place. The 3rd place on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was actually a new student. He was probably the youngest person in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy to be ranked 3rd. Duguao Yin looked at Lin Xian and chuckled. Junior brother Lin, congratulations. Li Yunfei also nodded slightly and said, You deserve it. Thank you both, Lin Xian replied with a smile. He was not surprised by this ranking. However, Duguao Yin and Li Yunfei's names did not change, which disappointed him. He originally thought that he could pull one of them down. However, he did not plan to challenge them now. 3rd place on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was already very good. Moreover, he had exposed his great dragon sword soul in the previous challenge. Therefore, it was better not to make a move for the time being. He did not want others to know about all his trump cards. He would only be able to survive if he kept his trump cards hidden. Not long after, the new Mystic Honorable Leaderboard was released. The first place was still Dugo Outyin. Second place was Li Yun Fei. Third place was Lin Xian. And fourth place was the original third place, Red Buddha. However, this person didn't participate in this monster-slaying gathering. Fifth place was Murong Qingqing. Sixth place was Jiang Yan. Seventh place was Qi Hao. The eighth was Lu Chong. In the final battle, Lin Xian had forced him to slay the demon realm, and he had missed the opportunity to enter the demon blood pool. As a result, his ranking dropped significantly. In the crowd, Lu Chong looked at the rankings on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His face could not be any darker. He stared at Lin Xian's figure in the sky, his eyes full of murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill him. It was all because of that damned little thief that he was kicked out of the monster-slaying realm. Otherwise, he might have been able to make it into the top 3 after obtaining the good fortune of the monster blood pool. Now he couldn't have any of that. Lin Xian, I will never let you off. I want you dead. Lu Chong's expression was ferocious. On the other side, Tang Er looked at the changes on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard and his face darkened. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, he had defeated the veteran powerhouses in the monster-slaying realm and became a super powerhouse who ranked 9th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he had now been pushed down to 14th place. Although he was angry, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian anymore. In the final battle, Lin Xian's battle with Jinyu was still deeply imprinted in his mind. That level of battle was far from what he could compare to. Therefore, not only did he not dare to cause trouble for Lin Xian, but he was also afraid that Lin Xian would cause trouble for him. In an instant, those who had clashed with Lin Xian became cautious, while the other disciples crazily requested to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for these matters, Lin Xian left them to Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others. He brought Murong Qingqing and bid farewell to everyone before returning to the freshman courtyard. When they arrived at the freshman courtyard, Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing and said, "Go back and have a good rest. You've been tired these few days." "Okay." Murong Qingqing smoothed her hair and looked at Lin Xian. She said gently, "Don't work too hard." Then she turned and entered the courtyard. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly as he watched the pretty figure disappear, before he also entered his own courtyard. Next, he began to consolidate his cultivation. This time he had advanced by a level. It could be said that his progress was very fast. He had to stabilize his level. Otherwise, if his foundation wasn't strong enough, his future martial path would be very dangerous. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the monster-slaying conference. Everyone's excitement gradually died down, and the Immortal Martial Academy returned to its peaceful state. However, in their free time, everyone would still talk about the monster-slaying conference, especially the battle between the 3 challengers. Many disciples took delight in talking about it, especially Lin Xian. He had almost become a legend in the Immortal Martial Academy. He was the goal of countless new disciples. However, the person in question, Lin Xian, rarely appeared in front of everyone, because these days he was in seclusion to consolidate his cultivation. Today, Lin Xian finally opened his eyes. His eyes were deep, like the stars in the sky. The aura on his body was abnormally strong. Streaks of dazzling sword qi surrounded his body, making him look like a sword god. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and all the phenomena disappeared into his body. His cultivation base had basically stabilized and even improved. It seemed like it was time to come out of seclusion. Lin Xian stood up. In this half a month of cultivation, his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the 4th heavenly layer. Compared to when he was in the monster-slaying conference, his aura was much stronger, because in this half a month, not only did he consolidate his cultivation base, he also used his free time to absorb the energy crystal left behind by King Dan Feather in the mysterious dagger. This time he didn't absorb it quickly. Instead, he took it slowly and steadily. Therefore, his cultivation base was also slowly and steadily increasing. Walking out of the courtyard, he sent a message to Wang Li and the others, and gathered some capable people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion to discuss something. This time, Lin Xian's target was Wind-Seeking City. To be more precise, it was the auction in Wind-Seeking City. Previously, he had destroyed the Wanshan auction and eliminated the Huang and Lung families, causing the entire Wind-Seeking City to be leaderless. Moreover, he had carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the ruins of the Wanshan auction. This meant that he wanted to personally build an auction that belonged to him. He had left this matter to Wang Li and the others, but it had always been done in secret. He hadn't really started building an auction, but now he had decided to build a real auction. This was because Wind-Seeking City was a very important city. He had also heard about how much profit the Wanshan auction had made. Therefore, if he wanted to expand his influence, it was imperative for him to establish an auction house. In the courtyard, Wang Li, Dong Fangxiong, and more than 20 elite members stood there, quietly waiting for Lin Xian. These people were all members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and they were all powerful elite members. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded in satisfaction. Now that the Dragon Sword Pavilion had developed, it had more than 1,000 members. It was also a very powerful force in the Immortal Martial Academy, and the 20 people in front of him were all third Heavenly Layer Venerables. They were powerful and could be said to be the elites of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Chapter 994. Lin Xian looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The reason I've gathered everyone here is to discuss the establishment of the auction. Wang Li, tell us about the progress of the past few days." "Okay." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Li nodded and stood out. "We've been secretly observing the situation in Windy City. Ever since the Wanshan auction and the Huang and Lung families were destroyed, Windy City has been in a leaderless state. Various powers are rising rapidly and fighting for control. However, because Brother Xian carved the words Immortal Martial Auction on the old site of the Wanshan auction, no one dares to openly occupy that place. Of course, there's another reason, and that's young Master Ling Feng. The Wanshan auction is a subordinate of young Master Ling Feng. This matter is no longer a secret, so no one dares to occupy the Wanshan auction's territory. As for us, the biggest obstacle is young Master Ling Feng. After all, he's one of the top geniuses in the continent and has a huge influence. Although he hasn't made a move yet, we have to be careful. As for the other powers, there shouldn't be much of a problem." Hearing Wang Li's introduction, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, young Master Ling Feng's existence was the biggest threat to him. This was also his biggest headache. Back then, he used the name Immortal Martial Auction to get the Immortal Martial Academy to back him up. However, this was only a method to scare him off. If he could really get the Immortal Martial Academy to back him up, he wouldn't be here discussing this matter. It seemed like if he wanted to establish the auction, he had to deal with this threat first. Lin Xian frowned. This meant that he had to find a strong backer to go against young Master Ling Feng. Otherwise, even if he established the auction, no one would dare to come. "How about this? You guys carry on with your original work. I'll try to communicate with the academy." Lin Xian thought for a moment and said slowly, "Communicate with the academy? Brother Xian, is this okay?" Wang Li frowned. There didn't seem to be such a precedent. "I'm not too confident either, but as long as there's a sliver of hope, I won't give up." Lin Xian shrugged and left the freshman area. Of course, if he borrowed Morong Qingqing's strength, he might be able to fight against young noble Ling Feng, but this would go against his original intention. Moreover, if that was really the case, she was afraid that she would also be labeled as a freeloader. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not use the power behind Morong Qingqing. As for communicating with the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian intended to give it a try. After all, the Immortal Martial Academy was an extremely profitable piece of meat. The Immortal Martial Academy wouldn't give up on such a lucrative opportunity. However, although it wasn't easy to find an elder in the Immortal Martial Academy, there was one place where one could definitely find one, and that was the True Spirit Hall. This kind of important place was definitely guarded by an elder. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the True Spirit Hall. He took a deep breath and walked into the hall. "Speak, what do you want exchange for?" An elder squinted his eyes and spoke indifferently. "Junior Lin, Xian greets Senior." Lin Xian respectfully said. Lin Xian, hearing this name, the elder opened his eyes. Then a smile appeared on his face. "So it's you, little fellow. Speak, what do you want exchange for?" Seeing the elder smile, Lin Xian awkwardly scratched his head and probed. "Elder, this time disciple isn't here to exchange for something. I have something to discuss with the academy. I wonder if elder can introduce me to the elder in charge of business." "Business? Why are you asking about that?" The elder had a puzzled look on his face as he frowned. "It's like this. 2 days ago, this disciple obtained an auction house and wanted to run it again. However, I wish to cooperate with the academy." Hearing this, the elder's expression became extremely strange. However, he seemed to have thought of something and didn't reject Lin Xian's request. Instead, he said indifferently, "All right, follow me." With that, he waved his sleeve and brought Lin Xian with him as they disappeared from the True Spirit Hall. Lin Xian felt the light dim and the wind blow around him. He was being brought by Elder Zhang at an extremely fast speed. Feeling this speed, Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that his illusory demon steps was already very fast, but compared to the elder, it paled in comparison. The speed was so fast that even he couldn't withstand it. Of course, this didn't mean that Lin Xian was weak, but that the elder was too strong. He was definitely a peerless expert in the world. Not long after, the elder brought Lin Xian to another hall. Compared to the grandeur of the True Spirit Hall, this hall was golden and dazzling. There were exquisite and luxurious decorations everywhere, showing off the extraordinary wealth of this place. Elderly, why do you have the time to come here?" A middle-aged man laughed. Then Lin Xian felt his vision blur, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with a round face and wearing a golden silk robe. He was all smiles and seemed very amiable. "Why, you don't welcome me here?" The elder laughed and scolded. "Why would I? Your presence will definitely bring light to my 1,000 treasure hall. All right, I won't chat with you anymore. I'm here to bring someone to see you." The elder said. "Oh." The middle-aged man heard. He looked at Lin Xian with a curious gaze. "This is—" He revealed a puzzled expression. "He's a disciple of the academy. His name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian, this is Hall Master Wan of the 1,000 Treasure Hall." The elder said, "In the Immortal Martial Academy, the most powerful person was the dean, followed by the 2 vice deans. Under the vice deans were the 5 halls. The 1,000 Treasure Hall was one of them. It was in charge of all the commercial resources of the Immortal Martial Academy. The position of the hall master was very high, second only to the vice deans. Of course, there were also a few mysterious powerhouses who were guarding the courtyard. They were different from the experts guarding the 5 halls like elderly. What was more terrifying was that they were responsible for the safety of the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Normally, they wouldn't intervene unless it was a matter of life and death. The middle-aged man in front was the hall master of the 1,000 Treasure Hall. Disciple Lin Xian greets Hall Master Wan. "Lin Xian, you're the newly ranked 3rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard?" "Hall Master," Wan said with a smile. "Senior, you flatter me." Lin Xian scratched his head. He didn't expect these people to know him. "All right, if there's anything, you two can discuss it. I'm going back." With a wave of his sleeve, the guardian elder disappeared. "Thank you, Senior." Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian bowed, respectfully. Chapter 995. Palace Master, I've thought of something. I'm here to do business with the college. Lin Xian looked at the middle-aged man and said quickly, Oh, business? Tell me about it. Palace Master One was interested. Well, I have a great location, and I'd like to set up an auction house. However, I'm not powerful enough, and I'd like to work with the college to set up the auction house. Auction house? Tell me about the auction house in Windy City. Palace Master One said. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Then he said quickly, Senior, it's indeed an auction house in Windy City. Young lad, you are pretty bold to destroy the Wanshan auction. However, it's not a bad thing for us. We couldn't do it in the past due to certain reasons. Now that you've torn it down, we've solved a problem. We can consider it. After all, the profits from setting up an auction house in Windy City are unimaginable. Does that mean you've agreed to it? Lin Xian was delighted when he heard that. No hurry. I'll have to discuss it with the other elders in the college. How about this? You can go back first. If I have any news, I'll send someone to inform you. Palace Master, Wan said slowly. Lin Xian left the 1,000 Treasure Palace happily. Judging from Palace Master Wan's tone, there was a high chance that he would agree to it. After Lin Xian left, Palace Master One did not stay idle. In a flash, he disappeared from the 1,000 Treasure Palace. He was really interested in this matter. Moreover, Lin Xian's identity was not ordinary. He had to report it to the dean. Soon he came to a quiet valley. There were bamboo forests everywhere. Birds and beasts flew away. It was peaceful, and the spiritual qi here was very dense. It was much stronger than the outside world. In this beautiful valley, Hall Master One met Dean Xian. However, Dean Xian opened her eyes when she heard what Palace Master One said. Oh, you're saying that Lin Xian wants to set up an auction house? Yes, it should be the original Vientiane auction. However, I'm afraid that he's worried about Prince Ling Feng's influence. That's why he wants to get us involved. I didn't expect them to meet so soon, but this is also good. They are old enemies, so they will fight sooner or later. How about this? Go and tell him that we agree to his request and announce this news to the public. Yes. Receiving the order, Palace Master One quickly left the Peach Blossom Valley. After Hall Master Wan left, Chief Xian narrowed her eyes and muttered to herself, Although the two of you are mortal enemies, with your current strength, it's still not enough for you to face him head-on. All we can do is try our best to prolong the time. When you've truly grown up, then you can fight it out. It had been 2 days since Lin Xian returned to the freshman courtyard. He was anxiously waiting for a reply. On the 3rd day, a middle-aged deacon landed in his courtyard. Sensing that someone was approaching, Lin Xian's figure flickered and dashed out. Then he saw a middle-aged man standing in the courtyard. Lin Xian, right? I'm a deacon of the 10,000 Treasure Palace. The palace master sent me here. That middle-aged man said. Senior Deacon, is there news? Hearing this, Lin Xian revealed a trace of anticipation. Indeed, our palace master replied that he has agreed to this matter. The Immortal Martial Academy will cooperate with you, and the profits will be asterisk, 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 asterisk. Asterisk, 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 asterisk? Okay, I agree. 40% is enough for me. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, as long as he could get on the good side of the Immortal Martial Academy, no one would dare to cause trouble in the future. Even Prince Ling Feng would have to think twice. After all, the Immortal Martial Academy was also a terrifying peak power. Although Prince Ling Feng was strong, he didn't have the qualifications to go against the Immortal Martial Academy, unless the other party brought out the strength of the War God Palace. But once the other party did that, it would become a battle between two superpowers. This was something that no one wanted to see. Therefore, Lin Xian was quite agreeable to the idea of splitting the profits. However, the middle-aged deacon shook his head. You're mistaken. There's something I have to clarify. Regarding the split, It's 60% for you and 40% for us. Pooh! What? Lin Xian almost choked on his own saliva. 60% for me? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He was stunned. One must know that 40% was already not bad, but he didn't expect the academy to give him 60%. Could it be that he was dreaming? Lin Xian pinched his thigh, feeling pain. You didn't hear wrongly. It's indeed 60% for you and 40% for us, the deacon repeated. Are there any special conditions? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. There must be something fishy about this. Although it was only 20%, the profit was so huge that it could scare people to death. For this cooperation, we will make our stance clear to the outside world. However, we won't send too many people to Windask City. Maybe only 1 or 2 elders will help you. Everything will depend on you. But don't worry. If someone really dares to find trouble, the Immortal Martial Academy will definitely not let them off. So it's like this. Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. In other words, the Immortal Martial Academy didn't intend to interfere with the management of the auction. They only wanted to spread the word and let Lin Xian take care of the rest. This was also good. It was more in line with Lin Xian's thoughts. If not, he wouldn't feel comfortable being tied down. Okay, then I'll have to thank the elders of the 10,000 Treasure Hall and the Academy. I will establish the Immortal Martial Auction as soon as possible. After which, Lin Xian sent off the middle-aged deacon and gathered Wang Li and the rest once again. When everyone heard that the Academy had agreed to give them 60% of the profits, they were all stunned. There were even some who bit their own tongues. Brother Xian, are you sure you're not joking with us? Boss, are you awake? To be honest, when I heard this news, I had the same reaction as all of you. But it's true. Lin Xian laughed. Too awesome. Hearing this, Wang Li and the rest all cheered. With the support of the Academy, they didn't have to be afraid of young Master Lin Xian anymore. Not only that, there wouldn't be many people who would dare to have any ideas about them. Okay, the next step is to prepare for the auction. During this period of time, everyone will have to work hard. Don't worry, Brother Xian. We're very happy. They were all too excited. In the past, they only went to the auction to buy things. Who would have thought that one day they would be able to establish their own auction? Everyone was incomparably excited because the difference between going to the auction and establishing their own auction was huge. One must know that it wasn't easy to run an auction. If Lin Xian didn't have the support of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Chapter 996. During this period of time, Wind-Seeking City was not peaceful at all. Undercurrents were surging as the chaos of war continued. Of course, these battles had not developed to the point where they could threaten the safety of the city. Therefore, the ordinary people were living peacefully. However, the various factions were extremely uneasy. This was because the situation had changed too quickly during this period of time. Almost every day, there would be factions being destroyed, and every day, new factions would rise up. All of this originated from a single person, and that was Lin Xian. Back then, the other party had annihilated the 3 major forces of Wind-Seeking City. It was too sudden. Therefore, Wind-Seeking City could be said to be a group of dragons without a leader. The properties of the 3 factions had also become treasures without an owner. These were all rich profits, and none of the factions were not jealous. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others left, these people immediately began to fight for the treasures. They did not dare to fight for the items of the Wansheng auction, but they had no qualms about the properties of the Huang and Lun clan. Not only that, other factions from other regions also began to interfere, wanting to swallow this fat piece of meat. After a period of fighting, 3 factions emerged from the encirclement and suppressed the other factions. One of them was the local faction of Wind-Seeking City, the Tai clan. The Tai clan mainly dealt in mining and forging artifacts. They were already very strong, second only to the Wansheng auction and the Lun clan. They were the strongest clan under the three factions. Therefore, when the three factions of the Wanxiang auction were destroyed, they quickly rose up and occupied an advantageous position. The other two factions were factions outside of Wind-Seeking City, but they were very strong and forcefully intervened. One of the factions was called the Purple Demon House, which was quite famous around Wind-Seeking City. The house master, the Purple Demon Old Ghost, was an experienced expert of the fourth heaven of the Martial Highness realm. The other faction was a faction that Lin Xian was familiar with, the Azure Red Society. The three new factions fought for the properties of the Huang and Lung clans, and the battle was extremely intense. However, something that suddenly appeared and broke their conflict, and that was Lin Xian's return to Wind-Seeking City. Seeing the group of immortal martial disciples descending from the sky, the entire Wind-Seeking City was extremely nervous. The last time something like this happened, Lin Xian had already eliminated the three factions. What was he going to do this time? For a time, the various factions were extremely cautious. Even the three new factions were much quieter. They were all paying attention to what Lin Xian was doing here. However, to their relief, the other party did not look for trouble with them. Instead, they went straight to the place where the Wanxiang auction was held. It can't be. Lin Xian really wants to build an auction? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. The Wanxiang auction is young Master Ling Feng's subordinate organization. Could it be that they really want to go against young Master Ling Feng? This is too insolent. That might not be the case. Didn't you see the words Immortal Martial Auction House? Who knows, there might be a reference to the Immortal Martial Academy. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were all paying close attention. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the discussions of the others. He led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members to the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. Go, summon all the forces in the city. Lin Xian condensed a palace with his spirit energy and stayed there for the time being. Then he ordered Wang Li and the others to gather all the big and small forces in Wind-Seeking City. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others received the order and moved quickly. Soon, other than the ordinary citizens, all the big and small forces in Wind-Seeking City received the order. They were extremely puzzled and did not know what Lin Xian wanted to do. However, no one dared to not go. After all, Lin Xian's influence was still there. They did not want to end up like the Wanxiang auction. In an instant, all the forces in Wind-Seeking City sent their representatives. Countless martial artists moved, causing the ground of the entire Wind-Seeking City to tremble slightly. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, their hearts filled with shock. Soon, the representatives of the forces arrived at the ruins of the Wanxiang auction. They looked at the palace condensed with spirit energy and were even more shocked. They had only seen such a method in legends. Moreover, the aura coming from the palace seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying than before. Without a doubt, this aura belonged to Lin Xian. What did this mean? This meant that he had improved in such a short period of time. This kind of cultivation speed was absolutely monstrous. In the past, they were already no match for Lin Xian. Now, there was no need to even think about it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone waited obediently. The whole place was eerily quiet. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Suddenly, the sound of steady footsteps could be heard coming from the spiritual energy palace. Then, a young man appeared in front of everyone. It's really him. Looking at the figure, everyone exclaimed in their hearts, "Is everyone here?" Lin Xian looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Other than the Purple Demon House, all the other forces are here." Wang Li said. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently, "What's the background of the Purple Demon House?" The Purple Demon House was a relatively large force near Wind-Seeking City. It was established by the Purple Demon Old Ghost. Due to their decisive and ruthless style, very few people dared to provoke them. What's the Purple Demon Old Ghost's strength? He had entered the fourth sky of the honorable realm a long time ago. No one knew how strong he was now, but he was sure that he had not broken through the fifth sky of the honorable realm. This time, it was Yu Fei who answered, because they needed a lot of information to establish an auction. Lin Xian summoned him back from Lion Tiger City. Hearing this information, Lin Xian did not say anything, but his eyes were gloomy. A fourth sky of the honorable realm. No wonder he was so arrogant. He was considered an expert in the outside world. However, Lin Xian was not afraid of him. He had also broken through to the fourth sky of the honorable realm. Moreover, he had DeLong Jinli's powerful battle strength. There were very few people in the same realm who could be his opponent. Moreover, the establishment of the immortal martial auction was his first step into the blood realm. He had to intimidate all the forces in Wind-Seeking City. There could not be any accidents, because he had to show his strength and confidence to make everyone believe that he had the ability to go against young Master Lingfeng. This way, when he opened the auction in the future, there would be people who would dare to sell their items to him. If they couldn't even intimidate a Wind-Seeking City, then their immortal martial auction would become a joke. Even if they opened, no one would come to them. And now, the Purple Demon House was undoubtedly provoking them. If it was any other day, it would be fine. However, at this critical moment, Lin Xian would not let them go. Spread the word. Tell them to come here within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Otherwise, they will be kicked out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Don't even think about taking another step. Chapter 997. Hearing this, the representatives of the various forces trembled. Their pupils constricted and their hearts were in turmoil. Lin Xian was too overbearing. The Purple Demon House was considered a major force, and they had snatched a lot of resources. They were one of the top forces in Wind-Seeking City. However, Lin Xian's words were so obvious. They could either come and pay their respects or get out of Wind-Seeking City forever. Getting out of Wind-Seeking City meant that the Purple Demon House had to give up on the resources they had snatched and spit out the fat meat in their hands. This warning was too overbearing. Everyone was shocked. If it was not handled well, the two forces would clash. The Purple Demon House was extremely powerful. It was not something a family like Huang Lung could compare with. The house master, Purple Demon Old Ghost, was a senior expert who had entered the fourth heaven of the honorable realm many years ago. He was extremely powerful. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not have such concerns. They only listened to Lin Xian. After receiving Lin Xian's order, one of the disciples quickly flew into the sky. What did you say? Say it again. A furious voice came from the Lung family's residence. The Lung family's residence had become the base of the Purple Demon House. As the Lung family had retreated from Wind-Seeking City without fighting, their residence was the most intact and was almost undamaged. Hence, the Purple Demon House had seized the Lung family's residence the moment they entered Wind-Seeking City. It had become their base camp in Wind-Seeking City. In a large hall, a bearded middle-aged man heard his subordinate's report and was instantly enraged. He was like a mad lion. Despicable, too despicable. A young brat dared to ask them to pay their respects, and even threatened to get out of Wind-Seeking City in less than half an hour? Contempt. This was blatant contempt. The Purple Demon House was not a useless family like the Huang and Lung families. Although the other party was powerful, the Purple Demon House was not in his eyes. The reason why they didn't take over the Wansheng auction this time was because they were afraid of young Master Lingfeng, and not because they were afraid of Lin Xian. In their opinion, they were already doing Lin Xian a great favor by not finding trouble with him. But now, he dared to find trouble with them. He was courting death. Boss, what should we do? That brat is too hateful. He actually dares to provoke us. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks stood up. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. That's right, I'll go kill him and bring his head back, another warrior said in a cold voice. Their purple demon house had never received such provocation before, especially when the other party was just a young brat. This was something they could not tolerate. The middle-aged man with a full beard waved his hand, and the corner of his mouth raised into an evil smile. Didn't he want to gather everyone? All right, let's go and see what this brat is up to. But wouldn't that be letting that kid off too easily? Let him off easy? How is this possible? Offending our purple demon house. He definitely won't live long. The middle-aged man sneered. The reason he's gathered everyone this time is probably to set up an auction. When the time comes, we'll crush his plans. Let's see how arrogant he can be then. A little brat actually dares to set up an auction? He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The group of people sneered. Then they followed the middle-aged man and quickly soared into the sky, flying in the direction of the Vientiane auction. In the center of wind-seeking city, the crowd gathered and waited quietly. In front of them, there was a sandalwood incense stick as thick as a finger. It was slowly burning. However, more than half of the incense stick had been burned, and the ground was covered in ashes. However, the people from the Purple Demon House had yet to arrive. Although the representatives of the various forces didn't say anything, they kept guessing in their hearts. In their opinion, the Purple Demon House would definitely ignore such an unreasonable request. And looking at Lin Xian's expression, it seemed like he wasn't just saying it for fun. If the two sides were to fight, it was very likely that they would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. Thinking of this, these people couldn't help but become excited. Lin Xian sat on a dragon-shaped chair condensed from spiritual energy. His eyes were slightly narrowed as he comprehended the alchemy knowledge left behind by King Pill Feather, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stood to the side. However, when they looked at the incense stick that was about to burn out, their faces became increasingly gloomy. This time, they had come with great ambitions. They were determined to establish the immortal martial auction. However, before it even started, there were already people who didn't give them face. If Lin Xian hadn't said to wait for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they would have already brought people to kill. What purple demon house? What purple demon old ghost? Although they seemed powerful to outsiders, they didn't care about them at all. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky. Then, countless rays of light lit up, accompanied by waves of terrifying and ferocious spiritual energy fluctuations. Sensing this spiritual energy, everyone looked up at the sky. Then, the pupils of the representatives shrank as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't believe it. Purple Demon House? How is this possible? Yeah, why are they here? Countless cries of surprise rang out. This was different from what they had expected. Could Lin Xian really be this powerful? Even the Purple Demon House couldn't resist. Before they could react, the figures in the sky had already landed. A powerful spiritual energy aura spread out, spreading in all directions and stirring up clouds of dust. Ha! It's so lively here. As soon as these people landed, an extremely arrogant laughter spread out in all directions. This was a group of martial artists dressed in purple. The leader was a middle-aged man with a big beard. Beside him was a middle-aged man with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. On the right was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. Behind him were dozens of martial artists with powerful auras. When these people grouped together, they formed a very powerful force. Not only that, they formed a sharp contrast with the representatives of the other forces. Those forces only sent 1 or 2 representatives, unlike the Purple Demon House, who brought countless experts. Obviously, this was a demonstration of strength. When the middle-aged man with a big beard landed, he didn't pay attention to Lin Xian and the others. Instead, he greeted the other forces beside him as if they were the masters. He completely ignored Lin Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they were overjoyed. Although the people from the Purple Demon House were here, they didn't seem to be satisfied. It was as if they wanted to provoke them. As expected, it's not so easy to invite the Purple Demon House. Many people sneered in their hearts, ready to watch a good show. Originally, they were already dissatisfied with Lin Xian. If the Purple Demon House could fight with Lin Xian at this moment, it would be for the best. It would be best if both sides were injured. Then they could sit back and reap the benefits. Chapter 998. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li took a step forward and said coldly, "Are the people below from the Purple Dress House?" "That's us." "Kid, what are you planning to do by gathering so many people?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks shouted coldly. "I've gathered all of you here to discuss the matter of rebuilding the auction house." "Auction house? Great. Our Purple Demon House also wants to build an auction house. Why don't we work together?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks laughed arrogantly. Hearing this, everyone's eyelids twitched and they raised their heads. The smell of gunpowder was too strong. It seemed like the Purple Demon House was really angry this time. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks continued. "You also know that this auction house is of the utmost importance and is the symbol of wind-seeking city. You bunch of brats don't have much strength nor experience. It's impossible for you to build an auction house. Why don't you let us seniors teach you how to build and manage an auction house?" Hearing this, Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others' faces darkened. The other party's arrogant attitude completely disregarded them. "What? Is there a need to think about it? It's your great fortune to be able to receive our guidance. How about this? We'll manage the auction house together and we'll give you 10% of the profits. What do you think?" The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was getting more and more arrogant. Behind him, the Purple Demon House's cultivators were laughing loudly. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, sweeping in all directions. All the cultivators who were swept by this gaze shuddered, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, especially the Purple Demon House's cultivators. They stopped laughing and revealed a terrified expression. It was as if their necks were being strangled and their faces were flushed red. The middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and ape-like cheeks was even more frightened. Just now, when that gaze swept over him, all the hair on his body stood on end. It was as if an invisible sword had stabbed into his chest. He knew that it was just an illusion, but he still couldn't help but tremble slightly. The bearded middle-aged man's face was also gloomy. He didn't expect the other party to have such a method. It was indeed out of his expectations. Seeing Lin Xian open his eyes, Wang Li let out a sigh of relief and retreated to Lin Xian's side. "You want to cooperate with us to set up an auction?" Lin Xian asked calmly, his voice emotionless. "Yes." At this moment, the middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey-like cheeks was trying his best to calm the fear in his heart as he braced himself and spoke. "Kid, it's your great fortune to be able to cooperate with our Purple Demon House." "Luck." Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. "You can't even block my gaze. Do you think someone like you is worthy of cooperating with me?" His tone was light, but it was filled with disdain. Hearing this, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion beside Lin Xian shook their heads in disdain. Their eyes filled with contempt. Countless members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion looked at the monkey-faced man with disdain. "Brat, you're courting death." Being looked down upon, the monkey-faced, middle-aged man was furious. He took a step forward and punched out. "How dare you? How dare you attack?" Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Wang Li roared and was about to stop him. However, before he could do anything, cold air suddenly condensed in the air and froze the terrifying fist shadow. Pum! An azure ice cube fell from the sky and landed on the ground, emitting a monstrous chill. Within it was a resplendent fist shadow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the monkey-faced middle-aged man, his eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't even see how the other party attacked. "Since you're here, you'll have to abide by my rules," Lin Xian said coldly. "With your strength, it's best if you don't embarrass yourself. Bullsh *T, I'll crush you with one punch." Opposite him, the monkey-faced middle-aged man was furious. His face was ferocious as he roared and mobilized all the strength in his body, quickly attacking Lin Xian. This punch was aimed at Lin Xian and even included all the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Not only that, the other party even wanted to completely destroy this area. If a bottomless pit was created in this area, it would be impossible to build an auction. From this, it could be seen how sinister the monkey-faced man opposite him was. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and didn't even make a move. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's arm suddenly exploded. Countless icicles surged out of his arm and pierced in all directions. The terrifying power in the other party's fist that had yet to surge out was suddenly interrupted. Immediately, the monkey-faced middle-aged man let out a miserable cry and kept retreating while holding his arm. Blood sprayed in the air, but before it could fall, it was frozen into ice beads by the cold air and fell to the ground with a sonorous sound. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Many people cried out in alarm, their eyes filled with shock. Without a doubt, the one who attacked was definitely someone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and it was definitely Lin Xian. However, they didn't see the other party attack at all. They only saw the monkey-faced, middle-aged man's arm suddenly emitting countless icicles. It was extremely terrifying. They didn't know anything else. What kind of technique is this? Isn't it a little too terrifying? Seeing this, the Purple Demon House's cultivators' eyelids twitched wildly. Many of them went forward to support the monkey-faced, middle-aged man and released streams of spirit energy to resist the terrifying power of the cold air. Several people joined forces to barely block the cold air. However, what shocked them was that the cold air was extremely strange. It had already frozen the man's entire arm. Even if they removed the cold air now, the arm would be crippled. Unless they had a heaven-defying top-grade spirit medicine, it would be impossible to restore the arm. After hearing this news, the monkey-faced, middle-aged man went crazy. His entire person was incomparably ferocious, like an injured beast. He stared fiercely in front of him and roared crazily. Humph! However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly. The terrifying cold air once again descended on the other party's body. Suddenly, the monkey-faced man felt as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with horror as he kept retreating. He was crazy in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it anymore. That aura made him feel as if he was on the verge of death. At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man from the Purple Demon House said coldly, "Aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Injuring people from the Purple Demon House without any reason. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being impolite." As the bearded middle-aged man's voice fell, the other cultivators from the Purple Demon House also looked over with cold eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from their bodies. "You want to fight? Then come." Wang Li and the others were not afraid. In terms of strength and numbers, they were completely superior to the other party. However, Lin Xian waved his hand slightly. He looked forward and said coldly, Chapter 999. I'm afraid that he used all his strength in that punch. That power should be enough to turn someone into a bloody mist. Furthermore, he wanted to destroy the entire ground. I don't think I need to tell you what kind of evil intentions he has. Are you saying that only you can attack and I'm not allowed to retaliate? I'm afraid there's no such logic in this world. I've already given him enough face by only crippling one of his arms. However, if he dares to act recklessly again, I don't mind turning him into an ice sculpture. Secondly, I've gathered all of you here to inform you that I'm going to build the immortal martial auction, not to discuss with you. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining forces with anyone. Therefore, no matter what doubts you have, you'd better keep them in your stomach. And one last point. In Wind-Seeking City, I only want the immortal martial auction. As for other things, I won't compete with you, so you don't have to worry. However, there's one thing you must remember. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the god. I won't restrict you normally, but I hope that you won't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, you'll end up like the Wanxiang auction. Initially, when the crowd heard that Lin Xian wouldn't lay his hands on other resources, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, their hearts pounded violently, almost bursting apart. In Wind-Seeking City, I'm the god. These words were too domineering. At the same time, it also meant that Lin Xian would become the true overlord of Wind-Seeking City. If these people obeyed his will, they would be able to survive in Wind-Seeking City. However, if they rebelled, they would end up in a miserable state. For a moment, everyone was silent. Obviously, they had to seriously discuss such conditions. However, the bearded man from the purple dress house snorted coldly again. He was extremely furious at Lin Xian's words. Originally, the purple dress house wanted to be the overlord of Wind-Seeking City. Now, Lin Xian actually proposed the same thing. This was intolerable to him. Immortal martial auction? What a great reputation. I wonder if anyone would dare to come to your auction once it's built? The bearded middle-aged man sneered sarcastically. What do you mean by that? Wang Li shouted coldly at the bearded man. What do you mean? The bearded middle-aged man sneered. We all know that the Wanxiang auction is young Master Ling Feng's subordinate force. Do you think young Master Ling Feng will let you go after destroying the Wanxiang auction? Even if you set up an auction now, I believe it will be torn down soon. I advise you not to waste your energy, lest you embarrass yourself when the time comes. The bearded middle-aged man said. His voice was loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and nodded one after another. Indeed, it was no secret that the Vientiane auction was young Master Ling Feng's faction. Not only did Lin Xian tear down the Wanxiang auction house, he even built a new auction house on top of it. This was a blatant provocation. At that time, even if young Master Ling Feng didn't do it himself, there would be countless experts coming to find trouble with him. It seemed that this auction would not be able to continue operating. However, after hearing the bearded middle-aged man's words, the people from the Dragon's Sword Pavilion did not panic. Instead, they sneered. Seeing their expressions, the bearded middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad premonition. However, he quickly shook his head in denial. He did not think that these people in front of him had the strength to go against young Master Ling Feng. One had to know that young Master Ling Feng was a true genius of the Tianwu continent. He had countless experts under him. He was definitely not someone these people could go against. Are you done? Lin Xian asked indifferently. What are you pretending for? I don't believe you're not afraid of young Master Ling Feng. The bearded man said coldly. You don't have to worry about whether I'm afraid or not. However, I have something to show you. After saying that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and a golden scroll appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he waved his arm and threw the golden scroll into the sky. The golden scroll floated in the sky and emitted a bright light. Then it slowly opened. On the scroll, there were 2 large golden words, Immortal Martial. The words were flamboyant and the strokes carried a sharp aura. There was also a shocking pressure. Therefore, when the scroll opened, the pressure quickly spread out in all directions. Feeling this pressure, the hearts of the representatives from the various powers paled. Some of the weaker ones even sat on the ground with cold sweat all over their bodies. This pressure was too terrifying. It was not something they could contend against. Most of the cultivators from the Purple Demon House were also lying on the ground. Only the bearded middle-aged man was resisting with all his might. However, his legs were already trembling. This scroll was personally written by an elder of the Immortal Martial Academy. I'm sure you've all experienced its power. Since this auction is called the Immortal Martial Auction, it means that I'm not the only one who owns this auction. It's a joint auction between me and the Immortal Martial Academy. No matter who it is, since they dared to touch the Immortal Martial Auction, they should be prepared to face the wrath of the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian's voice was cold as it echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They did not expect that young Master Ling Feng had the support of the Immortal Martial Academy. Then the situation would be completely different. Thinking of this, they felt bitter in their hearts. Since young Master Ling Feng dared to rebuild the auction in Wind-Seeking City, it meant that he must have a powerful trump card. But even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that young Master Ling Feng's trump card would be the Immortal Martial Academy. That was a true colossus, one of the top powers in the continent. Even young Master Ling Feng would not dare to make a move against them. I'm from the Tai clan. I'm willing to accept young Master Ling Feng's conditions. A white-haired old man quickly said. I agree as well. Me too, us too? Exclamations of surprise rang out as the representatives from the various powers expressed their stance. Expressing their stance meant that they acknowledged Lin Xian's position as the overlord of Wind-Seeking City. Actually, it didn't matter whether they acknowledged it or not. The strength and trump card Lin Xian displayed today was not something they could contend against. Hearing the voices of the crowd, the corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the people from the Purple Demon House. Feeling that gaze, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Their hearts were filled with regret. If they had guessed the current situation, they would not have dared to say such words, even if they were beaten to death. But since they had already done it, they could only bear it with their heads. The bearded, middle-aged man's face was gloomy as he gnashed his teeth. This time he came to Wind-Seeking City under the orders of the House Lord. He had to take over Wind-Seeking City no matter what, but he did not expect such a situation to occur. However, under such circumstances, he had no choice but to lower his head. Chapter 1000. I'll agree to his request first, and when I return, I'll ask the House Leader for help. I don't believe the Immortal Martial Academy can protect him forever. The bearded, middle-aged man sneered in his heart. However, before he could speak, Lin Xian spoke first. As for you people, scram. Don't appear in front of me. You. The bearded, middle-aged man was trembling with anger, his face ashen. He didn't expect Lin Xian to directly berate them, telling them to scram. This was a slap to their faces. Brat, you better think carefully. We are from the Purple Demon House. The bearded, middle-aged man gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. His gaze suddenly focused, and with a wave of his hand, a gigantic palm of ice rapidly rushed forward. This palm was too terrifying, covering the sky and earth, emitting a bone-piercing chill, directly enveloping everyone from the Purple Demon House and slamming them into the sky. The bearded, middle-aged man and the other cultivators from the Purple Demon House were all sent flying, disappearing from their original location. A bunch of annoying flies, finally some peace. Lin Xian clapped his hands, his face filled with disgust. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd pounded madly. Luckily, they didn't act arrogantly in front of Lin Xian, or else their ending wouldn't be any better. Oh, right. I want to establish the auction house as soon as possible. Who among you is from a construction clan? Don't worry, I'm not the Great Demon King. I'll give you the spirit stones you deserve. This old man is the Mu clan leader. Our Mu clan has been in charge of construction for hundreds of years. We can definitely help young Master Lin build the auction house. I wonder if young Master Lin wants us to design it, or do you already have the blueprints and want to build it directly? I already have the blueprints. Let's build it directly. Lin Xian said. Since you're the first to step forward, I'll give you a 20% discount on the fees you pay at the Immortal Martial Auction House. All members of your Mu clan can enjoy this treatment. 20%. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. With the immortal Martial Academy as his trump card, establishing the auction house was a sure thing, and one could imagine that the immortal Martial auction house wouldn't be any weaker than the Wanshan auction house. And now, a small family like the Mu family had received a 20% discount just by stepping forward to undertake the construction. This was a great opportunity that had fallen from the sky. I'm from the Tai clan. I'm willing to bear all the metal problems during the construction process. The old man from the Tai clan spoke again. All right, 15% off, Lin Xian said calmly. Hearing that, the old man from the Tai family smiled, looking very excited. My family can also help. Immediately, the representatives of the various forces spoke one after another, looking very anxious. They didn't want to miss out on such a good opportunity. Moreover, they might even be able to get closer to Lin Xian. This was killing two birds with one stone. Reward them all. Everything is 10% off. Lin Xian was in a good mood and said with a wave of his hand, running an auction in the Windy City would bring in a lot of profit. Moreover, there were only a few families in the city. Even if all the families in the city were to give him a 10% discount, he would still not lose money. Moreover, doing this could also draw the relationship between the two parties closer. While making them respect each other, it could also create a sense of attachment. Carrot after carrot, Lin Xian still understood this logic. Following that, these people left to prepare for the establishment of the auction. After these representatives left, they all heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly returned to their respective families. This time when they returned, they had to warn the disciples of their families not to offend Lin Xian or the immortal Martial auction house. Lin Xian and the others smiled as well. Right now, all they needed to do was to supervise these people. At the same time, the news of Lin Xian and the immortal Martial Academy collaborating to hold an auction quickly spread out. This news first spread throughout the entire wind-seeking city, and then quickly spread to other cities. In a short period of time, the cultivators in the surrounding cities all knew of this news. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. They didn't expect the immortal Martial Academy to interfere in this matter. In the following days, the Windy City became lively again. Many forces started to take action to establish the immortal Martial auction house. As for the specific matters, Lin Xian left it to Wang Li and the rest to supervise, while he discussed with the dark red divine dragon about the formation. Establishing the auction house was a small matter. Defending the auction house was the most important. After all, he had just established the auction house. If something unexpected happened during the auction, they wouldn't be able to open it in the future. Hence, to an auction house, safety was always the most important. As for the military strength, the immortal Martial Academy would at most send 1 or 2 elders to oversee the situation. Hence, in this aspect, he still had to rely on himself to recruit experts. However, he had an advantage, and that was that he had the dark red divine dragon as a formation expert. If he could set up a few powerful formations within the auction house, even if they didn't have many experts, just the formations alone would be enough to deal with outsiders. Hence, these few days, Lin Xian had been discussing the formation with the dark red divine dragon. Kid, I recommend this 5 elements formation. It can be used for both offense and defense. It's extremely powerful. The dark red divine dragon shook its head and said, after the good fortune in the demon blood pool. Its cultivation base had already recovered to the 3rd heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. The number of formations it could use had also increased by quite a bit. This 5 elements formation was one of them. Lin Xian looked at the 5 elements formation and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad at all. It can be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, its offense and defense are extremely powerful. Most importantly, the materials required to set up this formation weren't particularly precious. All right, this shall be it. Lin Xian clapped his hands and decided, using this 5 elements formation as the foundation, set up a few more formations. Lin Xian stroked his chin and said, he didn't feel at ease with just a 5 elements formation. This formation could at most block a 5th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. If someone stronger came, it wouldn't be able to block it. Hence, he had to consider thoroughly. After all, this auction wouldn't be held for just 1 or 2 years. Moreover, if something really happened, he wouldn't be the only one to suffer a loss. Even the Immortal Martial Academy would be embarrassed. Are there any exceptionally powerful formations? Find 2 to set them up. Don't worry about the materials. I can consider asking the Academy for some. Lin Xian said. Since he had already hugged the golden thigh of the Immortal Martial Academy, it wouldn't be a problem to ask for some materials. All right, let me take a look. The dark red divine dragon started to think. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned. His heart was beating wildly as a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. He didn't hesitate and quickly moved out. In the next moment, a cold light appeared at the place where he was originally standing and cut the void apart. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. If he didn't move away, he would have been severely injured by now. Who exactly was it that was so vicious? After that cold light, a black figure flashed. It was a black-robed man. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and he held a long sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely cold. After missing his attack, the mysterious black-robed man didn't stop. Instead, he quickly disappeared into the void. Trying to leave? Chapter 1001. Trying to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw the figure gradually disappear. The other party had almost killed him. How could he let the other party leave? In the next moment, cold air gushed out of his body and quickly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, it formed a world of ice and frost. The house exploded. Endless ice turned into blue swords and pierced into the void. Boom! This phenomenon immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were not at the auction, but they were not far away. Therefore, when his house exploded, everyone around him was stunned. Wang, Li, Dongfang Xiong, and the others stopped and looked over. There must have been a battle to cause such a commotion. However, they did not see the enemy. They only saw countless ice swords flying in the void. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the others shouted and wanted to attack. No need. Stay at the side and protect yourselves. The enemy's movement technique is very strange. Be careful of his movement technique. Lin Xian reminded Wang Li and the others loudly. The enemy's strange movement technique shocked even him, let alone Wang Li and the others. If those people came, they would not be able to stop it. Moreover, Lin Xian did not want to lose his subordinates for no reason. However, he did not plan to let the other party go. He formed a seal with his hands, and a light blue aura rushed in all directions. It formed a huge blue cage and sealed the entire space. At the same time, the cold aura could slow down the enemy's speed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a black shadow to appear in the air, but it quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian sneered. Although the other party's speed was still very fast, it seemed that he had sealed it. However, at this moment, his heart skipped a beat and a sense of danger surged in his heart. Damn it! Lin Xian's face darkened. He quickly used the blood clone to stay on the spot, while his real body quickly retreated to the side. In the next moment, another sharp sword light flashed in the void and quickly pierced the clone's heart. This sword was extremely sharp. Whether it was the power, speed, or angle, they were all perfect. If Lin Xian did not have a clone to replace him, he would not have been able to escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was enraged. Without another word, he quickly took out the red lotus armor glove and put on. Then he threw a punch at the black shadow that was about to disappear. The entire void exploded. Red fist shadows filled the surroundings, and the power swept through the 9 heavens. The mysterious black shadow had already disappeared into the void, but it was forced out by this punch. Facing this terrifying punch, the black-clothed man let out a furious roar and emitted an incomparable aura. 4th level venerable. Feeling this spiritual energy, the surrounding martial artists all exclaimed. They had never imagined that the person who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian would actually be a 4th rank venerable. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the 4th rank venerable chose to face the terrifying red lotus fist shadow head-on. A dazzling sword radiance slashed forward in an instant. However, all of this was futile. Under the powerful force of the red lotus fist, the resplendent sword chi was instantly shattered. In the next moment, the terrifying fist shadows enveloped him. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The 4th rank venerable's body suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. A 4th rank venerable was killed with one punch. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Wang Li and the others were dumbfounded. Shocking, too shocking. They had never imagined that Lin Xian's current strength would be so terrifying that he could kill a 4th rank venerable with one punch. What kind of fist technique is that? It's so terrifying. Everyone was stunned. The other mysterious assassin was even more terrified. He had never imagined that Lin Xian would be so powerful that he could kill his companion in an instant. Damn it, the target's information is wrong. He cursed under his breath. Then his body emitted light and he quickly attacked in front of him. Now, he didn't dare to stay any longer because his strength was on par with the dead man. If his companion couldn't block a punch, he wouldn't be able to either. Now, the most important thing was to leave this place. After killing a mysterious venerable with one punch, Lin Xian had consumed more than half of the spiritual energy in his body. He was too angry just now. He had almost been killed twice in a row. This made him extremely angry, so he didn't hesitate and took out the red lotus armor gloves. He knew the power of that punch. But when he saw that the 4th rank venerable had been turned into a bloody mist, he was extremely shocked. However, the only drawback was that it consumed too much energy. With his current strength, he could only use it 2 or 3 times. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't use the red lotus gloves against the remaining mysterious assassin. After all, the situation wasn't clear. He didn't know how many enemies there were, so he had to conserve his strength. However, he didn't regret that punch because he wanted to use his strength to intimidate everyone and tell them that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He put away the red lotus gloves, drew the Lone Star sword, and stabbed out. The blood-red sword chi surged like an angry dragon. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Although this sword wasn't as powerful as the red lotus gloves, it was still extremely sharp. When the man in black saw this, his scalp went numb. Lin Xian's battle strength, coupled with the power of a half-Earth rank artifact, was not something that he could contend against. This person was also decisive. When he saw that he couldn't escape, he simply cut off his left arm and used a secret technique to form a substitute in front of him. The long sword fell, bringing with it a bloody mist. A scream was heard. Then, an afterimage quickly fled into the sky. Kid, don't chase. That's the death substitution technique. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to attack, the dark red dragon reminded him. The death substitution technique was very special. It could use a part of the body to substitute for death. Therefore, with that person's condition, he could still use it several times. There was no way to kill him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. At the same time, a purple figure flashed nearby and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing that purple figure, Lin Xian's face darkened again. The wind and thunder wings appeared on his back, shining with mysterious runes. He flapped his wings and turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly rushing forward. When the purple figure saw Lin Xian chasing after him, his scalp went numb and he was so scared that he almost peed his pants. That figure was none other than the House Lord of the Purple Demon House, the Purple Demon Old Ghost. When he knew that his subordinate was sent flying in front of everyone, he was instantly enraged. A little thief dared to act like a tyrant just by using the immortal Martial Academy's name and didn't put the Purple Demon House in his eyes. This was something that the Purple Demon Old Ghost couldn't tolerate. Therefore, he decided to personally come to Windseeker City to take down that brat and teach him a lesson. According to the bearded man's description, that brat's strength was definitely inferior to him, so he didn't have any concerns. However, as soon as he got close, he saw Lin Xian kill a 4th-level Venerable with a single punch and severely injure another 4th-level Venerable with a single slash. Instantly, he was stunned and his face turned green. Chapter 1002. That was a 4th-level Venerable. He was an extremely powerful existence, but now he was blasted into a bloody mist by a single punch. It was too shocking. This scene deeply stimulated him. One had to know that he was also a 4th-level Venerable. Although he had been in this realm for many years, he probably couldn't block that violent punch. Now he regretted it so much that he couldn't wait to go back and kill his subordinates. Fuck, this was called not strong enough. These subordinates were completely fucked up. If he didn't know and foolishly rushed forward, he would probably be the one dead now. Purple Demon was so scared that he pissed his pants. He turned around and fled. However, he didn't expect the figure behind him to be so fast and catch up to him in an instant. His scalp went numb. Just as he was about to speak, the space above suddenly fluctuated. A large azure palm had already enveloped him. Terrifying cold energy spiraled around him, forming dragon pillars and imprisoning him in the air. He resisted with all his might, but the cold energy was too terrifying. It also contained sharp sword energy, which wasn't something he could resist. In addition to the psychological trauma from before, Purple Demon didn't have the slightest bit of courage to face Lin Xian. He didn't dare to fight at all. In the next moment, Lin Xian flashed and arrived in front of him. No, it's not my fault. Feeling the other party's cold gaze, Purple Demon's hair stood on end. He hurriedly distanced himself. He didn't want to have anything to do with those black-clothed men. It's not your fault. Lin Xian's expression was cold. It's indeed not my fault. I'm the lord of the Purple Demon House. I just happened to run into this incident. Purple Demon's face was helpless. Below, Wang Li and the others also rushed up. Brother Xian, he's indeed the lord of the Purple Demon House. And those people should be assassins. As for whether they're related, I don't know. Yu Fei said, "Give me some time, I'll be able to find out." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He looked at Purple Demon again. "Do you know the identity of those two people?" Purple Demon laughed bitterly, his eyes flashing. "Looking at their figures, they're definitely assassins. There are countless assassin organizations in the Blood region, but there aren't many organizations that can use a 4th-level Venerable as an assassin. I know of 2, Viper and Lifeseeker. These 2 organizations are considered relatively powerful in the world of assassins. Yu Fei, bring some people to investigate these 2 organizations. See if it's them." Subsequently, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the Purple Demon Old Ghost, asking in a cold voice, "What is your purpose in coming here?" "Nothing." Purple Devil Old Ghost quickly shook his head. Originally, he had come to take revenge, but now, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Ever since he had witnessed Lin Xian's terrifying strength, he no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of revenge. This was too fucking terrifying. A 4th-rank Venerable had been insta-killed. He had never seen such strength before. He had already said that as long as he could escape safely this time, he would take all the cultivators of the Purple Demon House with him and never come back to Windseeking City again. "I'm just passing by. Really, I'm just passing by." Purple Fiend Old Ogre braced himself and said, "I hope you're telling the truth. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. Lin Xian retracted his frost power and didn't pursue the matter further. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason now, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter with the Purple Demon House. Of course, if they didn't open their eyes and continued to cause trouble for him, then he would have to kill them. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't make a move, Purple Devil Old Ghost felt as if he had been pardoned. He hurriedly turned into a purple light and left the place. It's fine. You guys can continue with your work, Lin Xian said. After Wang Li and the others left, Lin Xian once again entered a nearby pavilion. This time, he let the dark red divine dragon lay down a layer of defensive array. Kid, is it okay for you to expose the red lotus gloves like this? The dark red divine dragon asked. It's fine. I'll have to use it sooner or later anyway. Moreover, this time I think it should be able to intimidate them. I'll let them know that I, Lin Xian, am not easy to kill. If they want to kill me, they'll have to pay the price in blood. His voice was cold. He was too angry. The other party had actually sent 2 4th-level Honorable Realm Assassins to kill him. Moreover, it was at such a critical juncture like the establishment of the auction. It seemed that the other party was determined to get rid of him. Fortunately, his cultivation had greatly improved, and he had reached the 4th-level Honorable Realm. Moreover, he had a powerful trump card like the Red Lotus Gloves, which allowed him to escape safely. However, who was it that wanted to kill him? This made him very puzzled. If the other party was an assassin organization, they wouldn't have come to kill him for no reason. Someone must have issued a mission for those assassins to come. However, Lin Xian still had no idea who the mastermind behind the scenes was. He had many enemies, not to mention those far away, just in Wind-Seeking City. The Huang and Lung families were eliminated by him. However, if the other party wanted revenge, they would have hired assassins long ago and not waited until now. To act at such a critical juncture, like the establishment of the Immortal Martial Auction, meant that the other party's goal was clear. In other words, this assassination mission was definitely related to the establishment of the auction, and the other party's goal was very likely to be the Vientiane auction. Of course, it could also be young Master Ling Feng's orders. Kid, do you have any clues? The dark red divine dragon asked from the side. A little. I guess it's the remaining members of the Vientiane auction. However, I'm not too sure. After all, if it's really them, it would be troublesome. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's not them. After all, I'm cooperating with the Immortal Martial Academy now. If young Master Ling Feng really wanted to make a move, he would do it secretly and not so brazenly. Otherwise, he would be going against the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian sighed. Let's wait and see what Yu Fei can find out. Putting this matter aside for now, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon once again discussed the matter of formations. Moreover, not only did they discuss formations, Lin Xian also learned a lot about formations from the dark red divine dragon. Now he could also set up some formations. Of course, their power couldn't be compared to the dark red divine dragon. However, compared to ordinary formation masters, they were much stronger. In the end, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon decided on 2 formations. These 2 formations were extremely powerful. Even a 6th heavenly layer venerable might not be able to break them open. With such a strong guarantee, Lin Xian was completely relieved. Next, it was time to gather the materials and prepare to inscribe the formations. Lin Xian left the matter of gathering the materials to Wang Li and the others. As for inscribing the formations, it was up to the dark red divine dragon. Even for the dark red divine dragon, it would take a lot of time to complete these 3 formations. Lin Xian didn't care how much time it would take. What he wanted was safety. Safety. Chapter 1003. Brother Xian, these 2 organizations are too mysterious. I couldn't find out much in such a short time. Yu Fei said guiltily. However, one thing is for sure. This assassination has nothing to do with the Purple Demon House. They knew that the enemy was hiding in the dark, but they couldn't find them. This feeling was very unpleasant. It's nothing. After all, you guys just set up the intelligence network. It's normal that you can't find out anything about these kinds of assassin organizations. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, but didn't blame Yu Fei. Indeed, assassin organizations were usually very secretive. Their clients were also very careful. It was hard for outsiders to find out. How about this? You develop your own intelligence network first. If you need anything, tell Wang Li and the others. As for the assassins, let's put it aside first. You must establish a strong intelligence network in the shortest time possible. Brother Xian, I understand. Yu Fei nodded quickly. After Yu Fei left, Lin Xian's eyes turned gloomy again. Although Yu Fei didn't find much information about the assassins, Lin Xian didn't plan to let them go. Thinking about it, these people had failed once, and even lost 2 of their best men. They definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. He just had to wait for the next assassination to catch one of the assassins alive and ask. Just as Lin Xian was busy setting up the immortal martial auction in Wind-Seeking City, he suddenly received a piece of news. This news was sent to him by Morong Qingqing. The situation was like this. An elder in Morong Qingqing's family was a big shot in the blood realm. This time the elder was celebrating his 800th birthday and invited many people. Morong Qingqing, as the little princess of the family and also in the blood realm, naturally had to go. The Immortal Martial Academy also received this news, but they were prepared to send Lin Xian. Firstly, Lin Xian's relationship with Morong Qingqing wasn't shallow. Moreover, he was also a young genius. It was suitable for him to participate in this kind of event. Furthermore, Lin Xian had a cooperative relationship with the academy. This time, having Lin Xian go and send an invitation to the auction, he might be able to bring some important figures to the auction in the future. In addition, Lin Xian had a special status in the eyes of Dean Xian and the others, so this task was given to Lin Xian. Looking at the sound transmission, jade talisman, and the invitation in his hand, Lin Xian helplessly smiled bitterly. He couldn't figure out why he had to attend the birthday banquet of a powerhouse for no reason. However, the academy had already sent him an invitation, and it was an elder of the Morong family. Lin Xian could not refuse. Therefore, he left the construction of the auction house to Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong. At the same time, he also left the dark red dragon to inscribe the array. As for him, he was preparing to leave and participate in the birthday banquet. However, what made him depressed was that Morong Qingqing had already left, so he would have to go by himself on the way. When the dark red dragon heard this news, it was unhappy and wanted to go as well. Fuck, goddamned brat. You didn't bring me along when there's such a good thing. You're too despicable. The dark red dragon roared. Aren't you staying to build the array? What are you going to do? Build my ass. I haven't even gathered all the materials. What's the point of me staying here? The dark red dragon was unhappy. Don't worry, when the materials are gathered, I'll make it quickly. 3 arrays, not 1 less, the dark red dragon said as it patted its chest. All right, I'll bring you along then. Lin Xian sighed. Let's go. Lin Xian said. Why should we go? That place is so far away. The dark red dragon showed a look of disdain. Brat, you're underestimating me. It's just a birthday banquet. Do you want us to fly there ourselves? Fuck, if you don't go by yourself. Do you want someone to pick you up? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Pick up? Teleport. The dark red dragon said. It's just a teleportation array. It won't take much time. Wait, give me some time. I'll finish it quickly. After the dark red dragon finished speaking, it went to inscribe the teleportation array. Since the dark red dragon was in charge of the itinerary, he didn't have to worry about it. What gift should he bring to the birthday banquet? After all, the other party was a king clan. He couldn't bring out ordinary things, and he couldn't bring out good things in such a short time. This was really quite troublesome. right? Concoct pills. Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. These days he had comprehended the knowledge of alchemy left behind by King Pillfeather and had a deeper understanding of alchemy. With his current strength, concocting a 7th grade pill shouldn't be a problem if he went all out. As for the materials, of course, he would ask for them from the Immortal Martial Academy. After all, this was a mission given to him by the Academy. Without any delay, Lin Xian immediately returned to the Academy. This time, he went directly to the Myriad Treasure Palace to look for Palace Master Wan. Hearing Lin Xian's request, Palace Master Wan nodded his head. We have indeed prepared a gift. However, if you insist on using a 7th grade pill, it's fine too. However, are you sure you can really concoct it? Palace Master Wan looked at Lin Xian suspiciously. In fact, a 6th grade pill was already precious. A 7th grade pill was even more precious. In the entire Immortal Martial Academy, only a few old monsters could concoct it. But now Lin Xian actually said that he could concoct a 7th grade pill? If it wasn't for Dean Xian telling him about Lin Xian's identity, Palace Master Wan wouldn't even bother with such a request. However, Lin Xian insisted. He had no choice but to give him 3 sets of materials. These are the materials you requested. There are a total of 3 sets. If you still can't concoct it after 3 tries, I think you should use the gift we prepared. Palace Master Wan said tactfully. In fact, he didn't have much hope in his heart. After all, a 7th grade pill wasn't some cabbage. It was something that only a 7th grade alchemist could concoct. 3 sets. I think it should be enough. Lin Xian scratched his head. Hearing this, Palace Master Wan's mouth twitched slightly. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he hurriedly sent Lin Xian away. If he continued to stay, his heart wouldn't be able to take it. Looking at Lin Xian's back view, Palace Master Wan shook his head slightly. Sigh, he's still too young. Lin Xian was elated when he received 3 sets of materials. He flew towards the blazing mountain and prepared to use the flames there to concoct a 7th grade pill. Previously, he could only reach the 7th level. However, after the Demon Slaying Conference, his strength had increased tremendously. Now he could enter the 8th level. The 8th level was filled with a sea of fire. Purple flames danced and emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. Even Lin Xian felt a wave of shock. He carefully searched the 8th level, looking for a suitable place to concoct pills. In the end, he came to a huge rock and sat down cross-legged. Other than being extremely powerful, the flames here had another characteristic, and that was stability. The more stable the flames, the higher the success rate of concocting pills. Lin Xian understood this point. Chapter 1004. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a set of medicinal ingredients and began to concoct. However, after half a day he sighed. The precious medicinal ingredients in front of him had already turned into ashes, scattering all over the ground. As expected of a 7th grade pill, it was indeed difficult to concoct. Lin Xian frowned. With his current strength, concocting a 6th grade pill wasn't a problem. However, concocting a 7th grade pill was still somewhat difficult. If only he had the 1,000 beast cauldron. Lin Xian sighed. What he lacked the most right now was a top-notch furnace. However, he only dared to think about the 1,000 beast cauldron and didn't dare to take it out. The terrifying aura it emitted wasn't something he could control. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian focused and prepared for his second attempt. During his first attempt, he made a small mistake, but since he had already discovered it, his strength should increase by quite a bit this time. However, just as he was about to concoct, a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. Want to concoct a 7th grade pill? I can help you. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He quickly stood up and scanned the surroundings. At the same time, his soul force rapidly probed the surroundings. Just now, he had carefully scanned the surroundings and didn't discover anyone. Moreover, This was the 8th level of the Blazing Mountain. Very few people could come here, other than a few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy. Only Dugo Yin and the Yunfei could come here. However, the voice, just now, clearly didn't come from the two of them. Not only that, Lin Xian's face quickly darkened because he didn't sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and his heart was on high alert because he didn't sense anyone suspicious in the surroundings. This was what worried him the most. One must know that his soul force was extremely powerful. However, even he couldn't sense the other party. One could only imagine how good the other party's concealment skills were. Or it could be said that this was a supreme expert who transmitted his voice to him from extremely far away. No matter which it was, the result wasn't good news for him. Who are you? Why are you acting so sneakily? Lin Xian was on high alert. He scanned the surroundings and said coldly, "There's no need to look for me. You won't be able to find me." The voice was a little low. Hearing this, Lin Xian's frown deepened. The other party seemed to know his every move, but it seemed that he still didn't know the other party's intentions. Who are you? Why are you trying to act mysterious? If you want to talk about alchemy, you can come out for a chat. Hee, after searching for so long, could it be that you still haven't found where I am? This voice was intermittent and very low, as if it was very unstable. Lin Xian's face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. In the next moment, his soul power entered the mysterious small sword, wanting to find out more about it. Not bad, you finally know where I am. When the voice came out, Lin Xian was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with shock as if he had seen something inconceivable. This was because he discovered that the source of the sound was the 10,000 beast cauldron within his body. The 10,000 beast cauldron spoke. How was this possible? Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he almost bit off his tongue. Fortunately, he was skilled and daring. Otherwise, he might have been scared to the ground by now. Soon he thought of a possibility. The dark red divine dragon had said before that heaven-defying items like a complete earth-rank artifact would usually nurture an artifact spirit. Therefore, this voice could be made by the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron. You're the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron? Lin Xian probed. I didn't think that someone would know about this in a small barren land. The voice sounded again. That's right. I'm the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron. Hearing the other party's answer, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although artifact spirits were also very mysterious to him, they were much safer than unknown characters. You've always been here. He frowned and asked. In fact, Lin Xian was very curious about artifact spirits, but he didn't understand why they only appeared now. No, I just woke up from a deep slumber. I don't know how many years I've been asleep for. Of course, I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for the pure Demon King's blood in the demon blood pool, I wouldn't have woken up. Perhaps I would have continued to sleep. Demon blood pool. Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He finally remembered that day in the demon blood pool. When he tried to communicate with the golden ball of energy in the mysterious small sword, he didn't expect to trigger a change in the 10,000 beast cauldron. This artifact, spirit, should have awakened at that time. Why are you looking for me now? Lin Xian asked cautiously. Although the other party was just an artifact spirit, it was too mysterious, so he had to be careful. With your current strength as a 6th grade alchemist, it's indeed difficult to refine a 7th grade pill. No matter how talented you are, the success rate is terrifyingly low. Instead of wasting materials, why don't I help you refine it? You help me? Why? Lin Xian didn't believe in a free lunch. I am the artifact spirit of the 10,000 beast cauldron. With my help, you might be able to control the 10,000 beast cauldron. With the help of the 10,000 beast cauldron, your success rate will increase by 10 times. Could it be that you don't want to possess a true Earth-step treasure? The artifact spirit threw out a great temptation. It believed that in the face of a complete Earth-step treasure, even a king would be moved, let alone this little brat. However, Lin Xian's expression was as cold as ice. He decisively shook his head. Although an Earth-step treasure is good, I don't want to take it without knowing what it is. Oh, you refuse? This time, it was the artifact spirit's turn to be surprised. It couldn't imagine where this little boy found the courage to refuse a complete Earth-step treasure. In the face of such a great temptation, you can still maintain such composure. Rare. No wonder the 10,000 beast cauldron and King Pillfeather's inheritance fell into your hands in the end. The artifact spirit slowly said, "There are naturally conditions for me to help you. I can help you refine pills and even do other things, but you must also help me." Help you? Help you with what? Lin Xian was puzzled. He couldn't think of what an artifact spirit would need help with. To be precise, it's to help King Pillfeather. The artifact spirit said, "I've been with King Pillfeather for a long time, and I know what happened to him. If you can fulfill his wish, I can help you control the 10,000 beast cauldron." Help King Pillfeather? Hearing this, Lin Xian said, "No problem. What do you want me to help you with?" Not only did Senior King Pillfeather pass down his cultivation to me, but he also left behind an alchemy inheritance. To me, he's like a master. Chapter 1005. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. These were words from the bottom of his heart. It was because of King Pillfeather that he had been able to advance from the second heaven stage to the third heaven stage, allowing him to display his skills in the demon-slaying world. Not only that, but King Pillfeather's alchemy inheritance had also benefited him greatly. So when he heard that he had to fulfill King Pillfeather's wish, Lin Xian agreed without hesitation. "Speak. What do you need help with?" asked Lin Xian. "It's very simple. Return to the Pill sect as King Pillfeather's disciple and obtain the highest honor." Pill sect? Lin Xian frowned. The Martial Sky continent doesn't have such a sect, right? Of course. The Pill sect isn't in the Martial Sky continent. Not in the Martial Sky continent. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Where is it then? He seemed to recall the conversation he had with King Pillfeather's remnant soul. It seemed that there was an even vaster world outside the Martial Sky continent. Could it be that the Pill sect was there? At this time, the 10,000 Beast Cauldrons artifact spirit said, "Indeed, the Pill sect is in the world outside the Martial Sky continent. However, with your current strength, you definitely can't go there. Don't worry. I'll do my best to help you quickly advance. Of course, if you can control this place, that would be even better. Although this place is remote, it's still enough for the current you. Control the Martial Sky continent." Lin Xian almost bit off his tongue. Perhaps even those king families wouldn't dare to boast like that. Seeing Lin Xian's disbelief, the 10,000 Beast Cauldrons artifact spirit slowly said, "Don't worry. With me here, all your dreams will come true." Hearing that, Lin Xian's ambition rose. Controlling the Martial Sky continent and becoming the overlord of the Martial Sky continent was something he hadn't dared to imagine in the past. But now he felt that it was possible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian calmed his shocked mind and said in a deep voice, "You'd better help me control the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and refine a 7th grade pill." That's simple. The artifact spirit of the 10,000 Beast Cauldron said, "Although I've just awakened and am still very weak, controlling the 10,000 Beast Cauldron is not a problem." Then the void rippled, and a small black cauldron flew out from Lin Xian's body, hovering in the air. With the appearance of the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, an invisible pressure suddenly spread out, causing the surrounding purple flames to become much dimmer. In fact, none of the purple flames dared to approach the 10,000 Beast Cauldron. "Now, Use your soul force to control it. The artifact spirit said. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He then extended his soul power and quickly enveloped the 1,000-beast cauldron. This time, he felt as if everything went smoothly. He wasn't repelled by the 1,000-beast cauldron, nor was he affected by the pressure. Sure enough, I can control it. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. The 1,000-beast cauldron was an earth-rank artifact. If he could control the 1,000-beast cauldron to refine pills, his success rate would increase by 10 times. In other words, he could easily refine a 7th-rank pill now. Let's give it a try. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He flipped his palm and took out another set of herbs. Then he focused his qi and began to refine the pill. For hours later, Lin Xian opened his eyes and waved his hand. Buzz! Suddenly, the 1,000-beast pavilion in front of him let out a clang and rippled slightly. Then, a light purple pill appeared in the cauldron. The pill was the size of a longan fruit and was engraved with mysterious pill patterns. Looking at the purple pill, Lin Xian was overjoyed. This was a 7th-rank pill, the purple spirit pill. It was a type of pill he found an inheritance left behind by King Danyu. This pill was effective for all martial artists in the supremacy realm. Even high-level supremacies could use it, and the effect was even better. Although this pill couldn't directly increase one's cultivation and spiritual power, it could help a martial artist to quickly calm their qi and enter a very strange state. This state was the dream of all martial artists because, in that state, they could clearly sense all kinds of concepts and perfect their martial souls. Therefore, although it was just a small pill, it was extremely rare and precious. Refine another one. Lin Xian was excited. Since he still had one set of materials left, he might as well strike while the iron was hot and refine them together. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Lin Xian closed his eyes again and entered the state of refining pills. Not long after, a second pill with a light purple glow appeared in his hand. Looking at the 2 pills, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. He kept one of the pills as a gift for attending the birthday banquet, and he took the other one for himself. After swallowing the light purple spirit pill, Lin Xian felt his whole body turn cold. Then he found that his mind was abnormally sharp, as if he had entered a very strange state. In this strange state, Lin Xian felt that his perception of the various concepts and the 2 martial souls became clearer, and there seemed to be an indescribable understanding. This time didn't last for long, only an incense stick's worth of time. But Lin Xian knew that he had gained a lot during this time. Among them, the ice martial soul and the great dragon sword soul had become more solid, and their power had increased by a lot. As for the other concepts of wind, lightning, and fire, they had far surpassed before, and there was even a trend of breaking through to become martial souls. This made Lin Xian very excited. One had to know that he already had 2 martial souls, and their power was countless times stronger than martial artists of the same level. If he could condense a 3rd or 4th martial soul, his strength would be unimaginable. Of course, he hadn't heard of anyone with a 3rd or 4th martial soul. In the Tianwu continent, having 2 martial souls seemed to be the limit. Lin Xian opened his eyes and stared at the floating 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. He asked, what should I call you? I can't call you an artifact spirit, right? I'm an artifact spirit, and I don't have a name. Why don't you call me Zero? Zero. Okay, I'll call you Zero from now on. Zero, I have a question for you. You said that you came from a world outside the Tianwu continent. Then do you know if martial artists can have a 3rd or 4th martial soul? Yes, but it's exclusive to geniuses. Zero coldly replied. Hearing this answer, Lin Xian was excited. Sure enough, his guess was correct. However, from Zero's words, it seemed that there were many people outside the Tianwu continent who had multiple martial souls. Can you tell me more about it? Lin Xian asked. Okay. Zero slowly said, the energy source of a martial artist's martial soul is the martial soul. As the martial soul improves, the martial artist's strength will also become stronger. However, in the end, those martial souls will undergo a transformation. Transformation? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes, transformation, the transformation from the martial soul realm to the king realm. Once one breaks through to the king realm, the energy source will undergo a transformation again, and it will form a special domain. This domain is similar to a unique space. In this domain, the king realm is the heavens and can control everything. Of course, this domain is evolved from the martial soul. King Domain, Chapter 1006. Zero's words shocked Lin Xian. He found that a new cultivation door was slowly opening in front of him. Martial spirits are the foundation of King's Domain. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. That's right. Even if I don't tell you this knowledge, you will know it as your cultivation increases. However, there is a benefit to telling you in advance. That is, you can now think about what your domain should look like. What should it look like? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand. It's very simple. Some people have an ice martial spirit, so they can form an ice domain when they become a king. And a fire martial spirit is a fire domain. For attributes like ice and fire, if they fight, it will depend on who is stronger. There is no natural restraint, only strength. Zero's voice was extremely cold. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. After thinking for a moment, he said slowly, "These should be the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit." You are very smart. You guessed right. These are indeed the domains formed by martial artists with a single martial spirit. Zero said, "What about dual martial spirits or multiple martial spirits?" Lin Xian asked. It's the same. No matter how many martial spirits you have, they will all form a domain in the end. Of course, different martial spirits form different domains with different strengths. I'm afraid you have already sensed how strong your dual martial spirits are. It should be very easy for you to defeat martial artists of the same level. Seeing Lin Xian nod, Zero continued, and once it becomes a domain, if it is formed by multiple martial spirits, its strength will be like heaven and earth compared to martial artists of the same level. The more martial spirits you can condense, the stronger the domain will be when you break through to the king realm. Of course, you have to balance the strength of these martial spirits. Otherwise, the newly formed domain will collapse in an instant. After Zero's explanation, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. He already had 2 martial spirits, and he had comprehended the other 3 concepts. Moreover, he had already reached the profound realm. If he could convert the other 3 intents into martial souls, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Zero, is there any cultivation method that allows one to cultivate multiple martial spirits?" "Yes," Ling said coldly. "Also, I have to remind you of one thing. Although a warrior can cultivate multiple martial souls, one martial soul must be the main one and the other martial souls must be auxiliary. You'd better consider which martial soul to use as your main martial soul." "Yes, I know." Lin Xian nodded. What else was there to consider? Of course, the great dragon sword spirit was the most powerful offensive saint art in the world. Perhaps even Zero didn't know about it. If you've made up your mind, give me the cultivation technique. I can give it to you, but not now. Not now. When was that? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Aren't you setting up an auction? When your auction is officially established and successfully held once, I will give you the cultivation technique. Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Can I ask why? Yes. I'm doing this to urge you to quickly improve your strength and expand your influence. You should know that if you want to leave this place and enter the alchemy sect, you don't just need to be strong. If you don't have a strong organization to back you up, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this place. I'll secretly help you grasp the direction and remind you what to do. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It seemed like he had boarded a pirate ship and couldn't get out. However, he didn't regret it. His life's goal was to pursue the peak of martial arts. Now that he had a capable helper by his side to remind him, his speed would increase a lot. What kind of power do I need to leave this place? Very strong, at least an overlord-level power. When the time comes, and with my help, you might be able to leave this place. All right, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time. However, this made him heave a sigh of relief, because he still had things to do in the Tianwu continent, and he still had to return to the Tiannan region to save his family. Can we communicate directly in the future? Lin Xian asked. Yes, you can communicate directly with your soul. Of course. There are some things that I may not answer you. Lin Xian was speechless. He was speechless. This 1,000 beast cauldron's spirit had a weird temper. Shaking his head, Lin Xian kept the 1,000 beast cauldron. Then he got up and left the 8th level of the blazing mountain. This time he didn't return to the academy, but flew directly to Windy City. Next, he just had to wait for the dark red dragon to finish inscribing the teleportation array and teleport directly. When Lin Xian returned to Windy City, the dark red dragon had already completed more than half of the teleportation array. He estimated that it would be done in another day. The next morning, the dark red dragon ran over excitedly. Kid, the array is completed. Let's go. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, then followed the dark red dragon out. The two of them came to a deserted place. On the ground there were countless strange inscriptions, forming a teleportation array. This is a one-time teleportation array. After we leave, these inscriptions will disappear. Don't worry, no one will find out. The dark red dragon patted its chest and said, That's good. Lin Xian nodded, then walked onto the teleportation array. The dark red dragon also jumped onto it, waving its dragon claws. Suddenly, the teleportation array under their feet shone, forming a strange force that teleported the two of them away. With a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared and the complicated inscriptions on the ground quickly disintegrated, turning into spiritual energy and dissipating in the air. Then there was nothing left on the ground, as if nothing had existed before. It was as if a long time had passed. Lin Xian didn't know how much time had passed, until finally, with a flash of white light, he appeared again. In the next moment, he circulated the spiritual energy in his body, quickly dispelling the dizziness caused by the teleportation. The surging spiritual energy surged in his body, creating a warm energy. In an instant, Lin Xian recovered. Then, with a flash of white light, the dark red dragon appeared beside him. As soon as the dark red dragon appeared, it scanned the surroundings, then shouted, Damn, where the hell is this place? Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy, and his face was gloomy. This was because the surroundings were not very good. It was a little dark, and the air was mixed with a trace of cold blood. At first glance, one could tell that this was not a good place. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and asked, Ruffian Dragon, where did your teleportation array teleport us? Of course, it's Crimson Crescent City. Aren't you going to attend the birthday banquet there? The dark red dragon was a little guilty. This is Crimson Crescent City. Chapter 1007. This is Crimson Crescent City. Lin Xian looked around and rolled his eyes. You better give me an explanation. Well, the dragon said awkwardly, I haven't fought for a long time, and my strength has been greatly reduced recently. Maybe there was a small mistake when I was setting it up. Uft. Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. A small mistake? He glared at the dragon. He did not expect this guy to be so unreliable. He even made a mistake in setting up a teleportation formation. One had to know that this was teleportation. The slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the outcome. Lin Xian could only pray that the dragon did not make too many mistakes. Otherwise, they might not even be in the blood realm anymore. Lin Xian looked around with a gloomy face. Damn, that dragon. I don't know what mistake it made to be teleported to such an obscure place. Looking around, it was obvious that this was not a good place. Impossible. I only made a small mistake. It's impossible for me to be teleported so far away, the dragon said. Kid, don't worry. This place is definitely very close to Crimson Crescent City. I hope so. Lin Xian sighed. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only walk outside to see what this place was. Lin Xian looked up and found that it was a little dark. It was not the sky. He guessed that they were most likely in a building or a cave. However, the more he walked, the more confused he became. This was because he saw rows of black mountains in front of him. They were extremely dark, like demonic mountains in hell. There were dark trees growing on the mountains, and they emitted a strange aura. There were also some dilapidated palaces around. They were covered in spider webs, and it was obvious that they were very old. Looking at the eerie scene around him, the dragon felt a chill run down its spine. The two of them did not say anything and quickly ran forward. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the nearest mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, the eerie aura was even more terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Xian was strong. He channeled the spiritual energy in his body and formed a barrier to block the terrifying aura around him. The dragon had thick skin and was naturally not afraid of the aura. The two of them stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up. This black mountain peak wasn't very tall. It was slightly shorter than a normal mountain peak. There were a few palaces on it, but they were all in ruins. I think we've arrived at an ancient place. This should be the ancient underground world. Underground world. Lin Xian frowned. Yes, it seems so, said the dark red divine dragon. Shall we go up and take a look? All right. Lin Xian was curious, so he also wanted to go up and take a look. After the two of them finished their discussion, they walked along the path towards the black mountain peak. However, not long after they ascended the mountain peak, the two of them were unable to continue. The reason for that was because piles of bones would appear on the winding mountain path from time to time. These were all human bones, and many of them were emitting a faint light. One could imagine how powerful these people were when they were alive. However, even so, those people had become a pile of bones. Lin Xian's hair stood on end, and he didn't dare to go any further. The dark red divine dragon was also bewildered. However, it soon became excited because it smelled a faint medicinal fragrance on the mountain peak. Boy Lin, let Little White out, quick! The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait. However, before Lin Xian could react, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It also looked at the mountain peak and chirped nonstop. However, to Lin Xian's relief, the little white monkey didn't act rashly this time, as if it was afraid of something. It only scratched its ears and cheeks, but it didn't fly out. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if he let the little white monkey fly out from such a dangerous place, the result would be very dangerous. Boy, don't you smell it? That's the smell of supreme-grade spiritual medicine. The dark red divine dragon said excitedly, I smell it, but how do we go up? Lin Xian shrugged. He didn't want to take the risk. Wait. The dark red divine dragon began to carefully explore the front. Then it frowned and said, there are inscriptions on the ground. These inscriptions are very ancient. One look and you can tell that they're ancient inscriptions. I think this is a killing formation. After the dark red divine dragon finished studying the inscriptions on the black mountain peak, it suddenly jumped up. Damn, this is an ancient killing formation. It didn't dare to move recklessly. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He hugged the little white monkey tightly, afraid that it would run out in excitement. At the same time, he glared at the dark red divine dragon. This ruffian dragon was too unreliable. It actually teleported him into a killing formation. Hee hee, the dark red divine dragon laughed dryly, then said, although it's an ancient killing formation, the inscriptions are very dim. I think its power has weakened under the influence of time. Give me some time. Maybe I can break it. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Give you time? The last time I gave you time, you were teleported into this killing formation. Now that I give you time again, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause again? Forget it. This place is too dangerous. Let's quickly retreat and find a way out. Little Xian, you're too cowardly. The dark red divine dragon said disdainfully, this should be an underground world, and the way out is above. But do you really want to give up on those spirit herbs? According to my experience, those are already extinct. You can't see them in the outside world at all. Moreover, they're at least a few thousand years old. They're really supreme-grade spirit herbs. Oh, right. Don't you still have the mysterious jade platform? Why don't we try it? If there's a problem, we can immediately use the mysterious jade platform to escape. Hearing this, Lin Xian was also a little tempted. After thinking about it, he finally nodded. Okay. Seeing that Lin Xian agreed, the dark red divine dragon was also excited. Don't worry, we won't go to those places with palaces. We'll only pick the supreme grade spirit herbs nearby. Then it led the way, and Lin Xian followed behind with the little white monkey in his arms. Fortunately, the dark red divine dragon was a formation expert, and it had a way to break the mysterious inscriptions underground. The two walked for more than 10 meters and did not find any danger for the time being. However, at that moment, the 10,000 beast cauldron's weapon spirit, Zero, in Lin Xian's body, issued a warning. Kid, if you don't want to die, hurry up and go down the mountain. Hearing this warning, Lin Xian's heart trembled, and at the same time he shouted, Retreat! Then his body swayed, and he retreated like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon had no choice but to quickly leave. However, when they reached the bottom of the mountain, the dark red divine dragon began to complain. Little Xian, you're too cowardly. We're already halfway. Why did you have to come down? If we hang on a little longer, we might be able to pick a supreme grade spirit herb. I'm afraid if we stay any longer, we'll lose our lives, Lin Xian said snappily. Chapter 1008. I'm afraid that if we stay any longer, we'll be dead, Lin Xian said in a huff. If you don't believe me, feel your body. After saying that, Lin Xian ignored it and focused on running the longevity chant, allowing the spiritual power to circulate fully in his body. The dark red dragon was puzzled and quickly checked its body. Then its face turned pale. I'm poisoned. When did this happen? It was shocked because it did not know when it was poisoned. Moreover, the poison had already accumulated in its body. Just as Lin Xian said, if they stayed on the mountain for any longer, the poison in their bodies would completely erupt. If they could not suppress the poison, they would be in danger. The dark red dragon did not dare to be careless. It quickly activated a secret technique to expel the poison from its body. The little white monkey was also hugging the small, worn-out bowl and mumbling nonstop. On the surface of its body, a layer of pure white light bloomed. After a while, Lin Xian opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The poison in his body had been completely removed. However, the scene just now made him extremely vigilant. If it was not for Zero's secret warning, they would have been in real danger. Damn it, this place is too creepy. The dark red dragon opened its eyes and mumbled. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon managed to purge the poison from their bodies, narrowly avoiding the calamity. Damn it, this place is too creepy, the dark red dragon mumbled. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked forward once again. I think that the corpses on the mountain path are all the warriors who were poisoned. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. There must have been people like them who wanted to go up the mountain to pick supreme-grade spiritual herbs. However, these people were all infected by the poison and could not be cured. In the end, they died on the mountain. There were probably not many lucky people like them. However, the little white monkey did not give up. It hugged the small, worn-out bowl in its hands and started mumbling. Then, the small bowl emitted a mysterious power that surged toward the black mountain. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon held their breaths and waited patiently because they knew the power of the treasure basin. Perhaps it would be of use here, and they would be able to obtain 1 or 2 supreme-grade spirit herbs. The little white monkey kept waving its little paws and hitting the small bowl. Not long after, the small bowl trembled slightly, and a supreme-grade spirit fruit appeared in the bowl. It was a spiritual herb that was 10 feet tall. Its leaves were emerald green, and it exuded an endless amount of vitality. On its branches, there were 4 spiritual fruits that were sparkling and translucent, with a thick fragrance. I really got it! Lin Xian's eyes widened, while the dark red dragon god opened its mouth, so wide that it reached its ears, drooling nonstop. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Kid, hurry up and get a few more. This kind of thing was definitely rare. If he didn't get it now, it would be a huge loss. The dark red dragon god urged from the side, and the snow-white little fox was also excitedly scratching its ears and cheeks. It waved its little paws and decided to show off its skills. However, on the black mountain peak in front of them, in the dilapidated palace, suddenly there was a low sound. It was like the morning bell and evening drum. It kept ringing. The sound carried a terrifying demonic nature, causing one's heart to beat uncontrollably. Lin Xian's expression changed drastically because he felt the blood in his body boiling, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened by so many natural treasures, and his physique was extremely tough. At that moment, he was able to withstand the demonic sound. However, all the hair on his body stood on end, and his back was covered in cold sweat. In the next moment, he quickly activated the red lotus armor and covered his entire body. The dark red dragon god's scalp was also numb. It jumped into the red lotus armor's defense and looked ahead in shock and bewilderment. "What's that?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. "Damn it, there are living things in this place. Little Xian, let's go." The dark red dragon god didn't want to stay a moment longer. It didn't want any supreme-grade spirit fruits anymore. The little white monkey also quieted down. It sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and blinked its big black eyes as it looked ahead. A living thing. Hearing that, Lin Xian's expression turned ugly. Without another word, he quickly retreated. It was obvious that this was a place of great danger. So many powerhouses had died on the Black Mountain Peak. However, at that moment, a living thing had appeared in the dilapidated palace on the Black Mountain Peak. Regardless of whether it was a human or not, it was extremely dangerous to them. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He turned around and quickly left. However, just as he moved, endless black gas suddenly rose from the Black Mountain Peak behind him. It formed a black, demonic cloud above him that emitted a terrifying aura. A black figure flew out from the dilapidated palace and stood in the void. Demonic qi surged around him, and it was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian separated a strand of his soul and looked behind him. He immediately felt his scalp go numb. The black figure behind him was a person. However, it didn't look like a living person at all. He was surrounded by demonic qi. His eyes were hollow, and there were green flames dancing in his eye sockets. His entire body was extremely rotten, and he emitted a strong corpse stench. Damn it! Could this be a mutation caused by some powerhouse's corpse? The dark red divine dragon was also shocked because the aura of the figure behind him was too terrifying. Zombie. It's definitely a zombie. Kid, hurry up and leave. The figure behind him was wearing an ancient robe. He was extremely tall and must have been a peerless figure when he was alive. However, at that moment he was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. He looked extremely ferocious. Then, the ancient zombie took a step forward. Suddenly, the void cracked. Countless black cracks spread out in all directions, and a huge black hole appeared in the entire space. Seeing this, Lin Xian didn't dare to stay any longer. He used an earth-tier movement technique and turned into a beam of light to retreat. At the same time, he raised his hand and threw out a profound jade platform to quickly teleport away. A terrifying figure who could shatter the void with a single step and create an endless black hole was definitely extremely powerful. It was far from what he could fight against now. As expected, the moment Lin Xian stepped onto the profound jade platform, a huge demonic claw descended from the sky and slammed down. Bang! The void in front of him cracked, and a terrifying black vortex appeared again. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others had already been teleported away by the profound jade platform. According to Lin Xian's guess, they had come to an underground world. Therefore, they tried to teleport upwards this time. With a flash of light, Lin Xian and the others appeared on the ground. Lin Xian only breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped on solid ground. However, he didn't dare to stay here. Instead, he quickly flew forward for dozens of miles before stopping. Chapter 1009. Fuck, you scared me to death. The dark red dragon also had a look of lingering fear. You still dare to say that? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. But I didn't expect there to be such a terrifying place in the Blood Realm, the dark red dragon said. It looks like an ancient ruin, but I don't know why it's buried underground. Looks like this Blood Realm is not simple. There should be some ancient secrets buried here. Forget it, who cares? If that zombie really comes out, the kings here will deal with it, so we don't have to worry about it. The dark red dragon shook his head, then stared at the supreme grade spirit fruit in the little white monkey's hand and said with a flattering smile, Little one, give me one. The little white monkey had a proud look on its face. First, it plucked a spirit fruit and gave it to Lin Xian. Then, it reluctantly gave one to the dark red divine dragon. The other two were quickly swallowed by the dragon. After eating the 2 supreme grade spirit fruits, the little white monkey squinted its crescent-shaped eyes and looked intoxicated. The dark red dragon chuckled and also swallowed the supreme grade spirit fruit in his hand. He would not keep such a good thing. Lin Xian looked at the 2 gluttons. He shook his head helplessly. He flipped his palm. He put the supreme grade spirit fruit into his storage ring. As an alchemist, he would not waste a supreme grade spirit fruit like this. At the very least, he would make it into spirit wine or spirit pills. Moreover, with Zero's help, Lin Xian could now control the 1,000 beast cauldron. Therefore, refining 7th grade pills was not a problem for him. What he lacked the most now were supreme grade spirit herbs. After putting away the supreme grade spirit fruit, Lin Xian looked into the distance again. He would remember this place. He decided that when he became stronger in the future, he would come here again and pluck all the supreme grade spirit fruits. Then the 2 of them flew into the sky and flew into the distance. Not long after, they saw a city. It seemed that although this ruffian dragon was unreliable, he still managed to teleport near Crimson Crescent City. After entering the city, Lin Xian found it to be very lively. There were many young talents and some very dignified big shots. These people were all walking in the same direction with a trace of excitement on their faces. Hey, have you heard? I heard that the Morong clan's goddess is also coming to this birthday banquet. Of course, I've heard about it. I must show off my skills at this birthday banquet. If I can get Morong Chingching's favor, I can directly enter the Morong clan. You're dreaming, you? Beat me first. They were all very excited. Lin Xian was a little speechless. Were these people here to attend the birthday banquet or to look at the beauties? This Crimson Crescent city was different from other cities because the entire city was a huge mansion. There were pavilions, terraces, and waterfalls everywhere. All kinds of strange beasts were walking on the ground. Lin Xian was flabbergasted as he watched. He exclaimed in his heart, as expected of the Morong clan, an elder could actually own a city and use it as his own residence. This was simply too imposing and too shocking. As they walked further into the city, the scenery changed again. Rows of palaces and pavilions stood on the ground like shining stars. It was very magnificent. Many red-crowned cranes were wandering around. It was like a paradise on earth. That was just the periphery. The real core was in front of them. There were 2 rows of young disciples in front of them. They were greeting guests. Those disciples were all very handsome. They were wearing white robes with the Morong clan's emblem on their chests. Although they were greeting guests with smiles on their faces, their eyes were filled with arrogance. You can't bring your pet inside. Suddenly, one of the Morong clan's disciples stopped Lin Xian and said, "You can forget about the monkey, but you can't bring the snake inside." "You bastard, what kind of look is that? You're the snake. Your whole family are snakes." Before Lin Xian could say anything, the Crimson Dragon roared angrily. It was a member of the Divine Dragon Clan. It hated being called a snake the most. However, it looked very much like a snake right now. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd was shocked. They all looked over. The Morong clan's disciple was also shocked. "This snake can talk? Brat, if you dare to talk about me again, I'll beat you into a pig's head." The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. It had recovered part of its strength, so it was not afraid. These people would not be able to catch it anyway. Being threatened by a snake, the Morong clan's disciple's face darkened. He then glared fiercely at Lin Xian and said, "Your snake has violent tendencies. All the more reason not to let it in." Although a talking snake was very mysterious, as a disciple of the Morong clan, they had seen all kinds of strange things. Forget about a snake, they had even seen a talking skeleton. Therefore, after the initial shock, these people had calmed down. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face darkened. This was because he had seen a group of people riding on strange beasts being respectfully welcomed by humans. Those were all demon generals. They were extremely powerful. If they were to talk about danger, those demon generals would be more dangerous. However, the Morong clan's disciples did not stop them. Instead, they stopped Lin Xian. It was obvious that those people were not ordinary cultivators. Although Lin Xian had an extraordinary appearance, he was dressed plainly. Moreover, he was coming here alone. At first glance, they could tell that he was not a disciple of a large force. Therefore, the Morong clan's disciples did not treat him well. "Brat, which clan are you from? Do you have an invitation? Where's your elder? Call him over." Another woman stepped forward. Her words were even harsher. "I don't think you have the right to meet my elder," Lin Xian said coldly with his hands behind his back. He could tell that these people were obviously looking for trouble and wanted to bully him. Although he did not know the reason, he could guess that although these people were disciples of the Morong clan, their real status was not high. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to be doormen. Therefore, although they appeared to be of noble status to outsiders, their real status was relatively lowly. Therefore, these people's mentality was slightly twisted. In addition, they still had to greet those big shots with a smile, so their mentality was even more twisted. This time, when they saw that Lin Xian seemed easy to bully, of course they would treat him coldly to show their status as disciples of a large clan. However, they were obviously looking for the wrong person. This was because the young man in front of them was not afraid of their scolding. Instead, a fierce aura surged from his body, causing their hearts to tremble slightly. Chapter 1010. The disciples of the Morong family were furious and emitted a terrifying aura. Although they were just doormen, they were still disciples of the Morong family. They were members of a king family. Now, an unknown kid dared to threaten them. He had committed a heinous crime. In their opinion, Lin Xian's actions were unforgivable. How dare you? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to rebel? The woman shouted coldly, "Kid, you've come to the wrong place if you're looking for trouble. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously." The young man scoffed, "Get out of here, or don't blame us for being rude." Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. These people were used to being arrogant. He had not done anything, and they had already labeled him as a troublemaker. The disciples of the Morong family were aggressive and did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The Crimson Dragon was unhappy. "What's with your attitude? You invited me here, and now you're treating me like this. What, are you looking down on me? A bunch of dogs. If it wasn't for the Morong girl's family, I wouldn't have come even if you invited me." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to provoke the Morong family. Moreover, they were in the Morong family's territory. Where did this kid come from? How dare he be fearless of the Morong family? Who knows? Look at him. He only has a snake by his side. He doesn't have any servants, and he's not dressed very well. He's definitely not a disciple of a big family. Maybe he's just a rash kid. The group of people discussed animatedly. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. The disciples of the Morong family were so angry that their bodies trembled. "Kid, how dare you speak such arrogant words and threaten us? I think you don't know how to write the word death." The few of them looked ferocious. It was obvious that they wanted to attack. They all had cold smiles on their faces as powerful auras emanated from their bodies. They formed a circle and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. Although the people in front of him were aggressive and looked powerful to outsiders, they were not a threat to him. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense and they were about to attack, a shout came from afar. "Stop!" When he heard this voice, Lin Xian turned slightly cold. The faces of the Morong family disciples also changed, and they stopped in their tracks. The surrounding people were also surprised and bewildered. They did not expect that there would be someone who would step forward to stop them. However, judging by the looks of the Morong clan's disciples, the person who came should not be a simple person. Sure enough, a ray of light flashed, and a figure rushed over from afar, appearing in front of everyone. This was a beautiful woman. She wore a light yellow dress, and her appearance was pretty and cute. However, there was a hint of anger in her eyes. "Sisterling," a few of the Morong clan's disciples shouted respectfully. Lin Xian smiled. "So it's you." The person who came was none other than Morong Chingching's little girl, Ling put her hands on her waist and said, "This is Lin Xian, young Master Lin. He is a guest invited by the young miss. How dare you stop him? Quickly leave." Young miss invited him. When the Morong clan's disciples heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear and regret. They did not expect that the young man in front of them was a guest invited by the young miss. "Young Master Lin, we did not know who you were. Please forgive us," a few of the Morong clan's disciples said. "It's nothing." Lin Xian shook his head. After all, they were disciples of the Morong clan, and today was Elder Morong's birthday banquet. He would not disrespect the Morong clan over such a small matter. Moreover, the other party had apologized and seemed to be quite frightened. They probably would not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. "Young Master Lin, please follow me." Ling gestured for Lin Xian to follow her. Lin Xian nodded and followed Ling. After Lin Xian left, the Morong clan's disciples let out a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with fear. It was too dangerous just now. If the other party did not give up and insisted on going to the young miss, they would definitely be punished. Fortunately, they were safe now. However, they decided that they would not provoke the other party in the future. The surrounding crowd was even more shocked. This outcome was completely different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that the young man would be thrown out by the Morong clan's disciples and be taught a lesson. However, they did not expect that someone would respectfully invite him in. Moreover, the young miss that Ling had mentioned had piqued their interest. To be able to make the Morong clan's disciples so frightened, her identity must be extraordinary. However, they did not think that it could be Morong Chingcheng. After all, there were quite a few core disciples of the Morong clan who had come this time. Moreover, these people did not think that Lin Xian would be related to Morong Chingcheng. If they knew, their jaws would definitely drop. Lin Xian followed Ling and walked towards the palace's balcony. "You bastard! What trick did you use to trick the young miss into inviting you here?" Ling asked fiercely. "I am warning you. Don't you dare have any ideas about my young miss. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Obviously, the little girl had received Morong Chingcheng's orders to come. However, she did not have a good impression of Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled bitterly and touched his nose. He did not answer. At this time, anything he said would be wrong. Therefore, it was better not to say anything. The front was bustling with noise and excitement again. Many martial artists came and went. Moreover, their identities and auras were far superior to those on the outside. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. It was filled with hostility. Lin Xian turned his head slightly and sneered. This was because, not far away, Lu Chang was staring at him with hatred. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to condense. However, Lin Xian did not care. He knew that Lu Chang would not dare to make a move. As expected, Lu Chang was staring at him and did not do anything. "You really know how to cause trouble. You've just arrived and you've already provoked people?" Ling frowned. "It's nothing, just an old enemy. But now I won't stoop to his level," Lin Xian said coolly. Indeed, if it were in the past, Lin Xian would definitely treat Lu Chang as an opponent. However, after this period of sharpening, his strength and vision had become much higher. He already looked down on someone like Lu Chang. "I'm warning you, don't be careless. Although Lu Chang is nothing, his family is not to be underestimated." Ling thought about it and still reminded. "Oh, what's so special about him?" Lin Xian asked. He really did not know about this. "He's young Master Ling Feng's man," Ling said. "Moreover, he's not an ordinary person." Chapter 10:11. Sir Ling Feng has 8 powerful clans under him. The Lu clan is one of them. So, you can ignore Lu Chang, but you can't ignore the Lu clan. Ling reminded. "There's actually such a thing?" Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect Lu Chang to have such a powerful background. At this moment, another cold and gloomy gaze swept over. Lin Xian looked over and discovered that it was another familiar face. The owner of the cold gaze was none other than Shen Yaotian, who had a conflict with him before. Back then, Shen Yaotian was extremely powerful in the Sand region and was considered one of the top existences of the younger generation. He had a conflict with Lin Xian and even fought a huge battle. After that, the two of them entered the Immortal Martial Academy together. But after that, Lin Xian soared and became one of the top figures in the academy. Shen Yaotian was still an ordinary disciple and hadn't even entered the mystic reverend ranking. Of course, this didn't mean that Shen Yaotian was weak. There were simply too many geniuses in the academy, and every one of them was a demon-level existence. "Humph, I didn't expect you to come." Shen Yaotian coldly snorted, his expression ice-cold. Beside him, there were 3 other disciples from the Shen clan. Their auras were powerful, and their expressions were similarly unfriendly. "I didn't plan to come, but Ching insisted. So I came." Lin Xian shrugged. Hearing this, the expressions of the disciples from the Shun clan changed. Shin Yaotian gritted his teeth. Murong Qingqing's beauty was unparalleled, and she was extremely intelligent. Her status was even more noble. She could be said to be the goddess of the younger generation. Even the disciples of the Shen clan would feel proud to be able to marry Murong Qingqing. But Murong Qingqing was like an otherworldly fairy, forcefully rejecting everyone. But now there was actually someone who was favored by Murong Qingqing and was even invited to the banquet. This caused them to go crazy. Just a guy who lives off a woman. If you didn't have Qingqing's invitation, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to enter this place. A disciple from the Shen clan coldly snorted. It takes skill to live off a woman. At the very least, you don't have that skill. Lin Xian shrugged nonchalantly. When his strength reached a certain level, his vision also became much higher. Now Lin Xian had the world in his heart. He was thinking about how to climb higher and not lower himself to the same level as these people. Therefore, he merely smiled and ignored these mockery and ridicule. Seeing the other party's casual smile, the Shen clan's disciple felt as if a cat was scratching his heart. They originally thought that Lin Xian would be angry and argue with them. That way, they would have a chance to make a move. However, the other party didn't seem to care at all. This made them feel as if they had punched the air, and they were unable to exert any more strength. Ling, who was leading the way, also felt dizzy. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have a grudge with the Shen family other than the Lu family. Although these people were not core disciples of the Shen family, the Shen family was still a king family. They were an existence that was on par with the Murong family. Their strength could not be underestimated. You're the first person I've met who's as arrogant as you. At this time, a few Lu family's disciples also walked up and sneered. I don't know if he's a freeloader or not, but I do see a few envious rabbits. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Aya, their eyes are as red as rubies. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips. He couldn't be bothered with these people. What did you say? Who's a rabbit? Explain clearly. Envious? We're envious of you. What a joke. When the Shen and Lu family's disciples heard Lin Xian's words, they were instantly enraged. They glared fiercely at Lin Xian. What, did I hit a sore spot? Lin Xian sneered coldly. Those who are powerful will ignore whatever others say. Because they are strong, they don't need the outside world's comments. Only those without strength will jump up and down all day, as if they're afraid that others won't know of their existence. These clowns are only fit to be jokes. When it comes to fighting, they're not even worth mentioning. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into their hearts. Immediately, Lu Chang, Shen Yaotian, and the others trembled in anger. Clown? You're the first person who dares to say that to a Shen family's disciple. A cold voice sounded, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone turned around and saw a very handsome man walking over from afar. He held a jade wine cup in his hand, and his expression was extremely cold. Although he didn't deliberately release his aura, he was like a god of war, giving off an endless sense of oppression. So powerful. Feeling this pressure, the faces of the surrounding martial artists all changed. Too powerful. This young man definitely has the strength of a fourth firmament venerable. A fourth firmament venerable was already a powerhouse. Who was this young man to have such terrifying strength at such a young age? The surrounding warriors were shocked. On the other hand, Shen Yaotian and the others were excited and overjoyed. Brother Yulong, Shen Yaotian and the others shouted excitedly. Ling also frowned slightly. She didn't expect things to become so complicated. Be careful. This person is called Shin Yulong, a core disciple of the Shin family. His strength is definitely not comparable to Shen Yaotian and the others. Ling quickly sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian, a core disciple of the Shen family. Hearing that, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could naturally feel the other party's powerful aura. This is a core disciple of the Shin family. Very strong. Even in the Immortal Martial Academy, he should be in the top 10. As expected of a king family. They're really strong. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. Although he didn't get along with the other party, he had to admit that a disciple from a king family was definitely terrifying. However, he still couldn't intimidate them. Shin Yulong, he's Shin Yulong. At this moment, the surrounding warriors exclaimed. He was a core disciple of the Shun family. No wonder his aura was so strong. They didn't expect to meet a core disciple of a king family. It seemed like this banquet wasn't in vain. The surrounding warriors were excited. It couldn't be helped. A king family was the overlord of the Sky Martial Continent. They were the most sacred place in everyone's heart. And a disciple from a king family was a peerless genius that others looked up to. Shen Yulong's expression was cold as he walked over slowly with a jade wine cup in his hand. He walked to the front of Lin Xian with a disdainful smile on his face. He had heard of Lin Xian's name a long time ago. A brat with no background and only some talent dared to get close to Morong Qingqing. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Today he wanted to see what kind of ability Lin Xian had. Shen Yulong's appearance shocked the surrounding warriors. The Shun family disciples were even more excited. Chapter 10-12. What's wrong? You look so confident. Could it be that you're even better at living off a woman? Lin Xian casually said. Lin Xian didn't care about Shin Yulong's status and strength at all. Hence, he wasn't polite at all. Facing the powerful Shin Yulong, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Who was Shin Yulong? He was a core disciple of the Shin clan, a genius of a king clan. Even the elders and patriarchs of the clan would have to bow to him when they saw him. But now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him. This was simply too shocking. Who is that brat? What's his background? Do you guys know? Could it be that he's also a disciple of a peak power? Not sure. I've never seen him before. The crowd discussed, guessing Lin Xian's identity. In their opinion, someone who dared to go against a core disciple of the Shen clan should also be a disciple from a peak power. However, after asking around, they realized that no one knew who Lin Xian was. The reason was simple. Lin Xian was only a famous figure in the Immortal Martial Academy. These people came from all over the Blood Realm and weren't even disciples of the Academy. Hence, it was normal that they hadn't heard of Lin Xian before. But when Shan Yulong heard this, his face sank. A little disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy actually dared to speak to him like this. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Brat, you're very brave. But do you know the consequences of saying such words? Shen Yulong's voice was cold and contained a trace of killing intent. Then you don't know the consequences of saying such words to me? Lin Xian didn't back down and retorted back. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators almost popped out. This was the first time they saw someone who dared to go against Shin Yulong. Good. Brat, you've got guts. You're the first one who dares to threaten me. After the banquet, let's have a good spar. Let me see if your strength is as good as your mouth. Shin Yulong coldly said. His eyes emitted a sinister light. I couldn't ask for more. I also want to see what kind of standard the Chun family's core disciples have. Lin Xian sneered, not caring at all. He's just a little disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. Why would Brother Yulong need to personally deal with such a small matter? Another cold shout was heard. Then, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. This was also a young man. His appearance was extremely coarse, and he carried a type of wild beauty. He took a step forward and instantly traversed several hundred feet. In just 2 or 3 steps, he had arrived in front of everyone. So fast! What exquisite footwork! Everyone gasped in surprise. This kind of speed had already exceeded their expectations. Needless to say, the person who came was another top youth expert. Big brother. Seeing this wild youth, Lu Chang cried out excitedly. The other Lu family disciples also shouted excitedly, "Big brother Lu Lai! I'd like to see who dares to spout such nonsense and challenge brother Yulong." Lu Lai was tall and his eyes were sharp. He was like a peerless, ferocious beast with a terrifying aura. Seeing the scene, Linger sighed. Sure enough, the Lu family had also intervened. Looking at the current situation, Lin Xian was most probably in danger. Sighing, she could only hurriedly say, "Everyone, this young Master Lin was invited by our Mississippi. I hope everyone won't obstruct him. Miss Ling, we won't not give face to Miss Qingqing. It's just that what capabilities does this fellow have to be able to gain Miss Qingqing's favor? I think Miss Qingqing might have been deceived by him. Now I'm going to unveil his ugly face." Lu Lai's voice was sonorous like thunder, resounding in all directions. "Miss Qingqing? Don't tell me it's Morong Qingqing." Hearing this, everyone was incomparably shocked. They didn't expect this young man in front of them to be someone personally invited by Morong Qingqing. This was too shocking. One must know that even Xin Yulong and Lu Lai didn't have such face. Also, from Lu Lai's words, this young man seemed to be a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. But when did the Immortal Martial Academy produce such a disciple? However, they believed that from today onwards, Lin Xian's name would enter the eyes of these people. I also want to see what exactly is it that can make you so arrogant. Lin Xian took a step forward as a sharp aura gushed forth from his body. Facing the domineering Lu Chang, he still had no fear and was prepared to fight at any moment. Feeling the aura exuding from Lin Xian, the surrounding cultivators all drew in a breath of cold air because that aura was too terrifying. It was like a peerless divine sword being unsheathed, causing everyone to feel fear in their hearts. What a sharp sword chi! As expected of someone invited by Miss Morong, he's indeed very powerful. Those present weren't weaklings. Although there was only a strand of aura, they could still sense the terrifying energy contained within Lin Xian's body. Everyone was extremely agitated. These two could be considered peak experts of the younger generation. If they really fought, it would definitely be an exciting battle. Oh, someone wants to fight? Let me take a look. At this moment, a laughter rang out. Next, a young man clad in luxurious robes walked over from afar. He had a smile on his face as he laughed heartily. Upon seeing that person, Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, she was worried that Lin Xian and Lu Lai would be at a disadvantage if they fought. Now, it seemed that everything would be fine. "Young Master Qing Shu, you've also come," Ling said. The surrounding cultivators were all moved. They didn't expect Morong Qing Shu to come here. This birthday banquet was organized by a very high-status elder of the Morong family. Morong Qing Shu was the direct descendant of this elder. In other words, Morong Qing Shu was the young master of Crimson Lunar City. Therefore, his identity was also extraordinary. After knowing the identity of the other party, Lin Xian withdrew the sword chi from his body and no longer attacked. On the side, the dark red divine dragon coldly said to Lu Lai, "Brat, consider yourself lucky. Otherwise, you would have already been struck to death. It's really angry. These people are too despicable. They all deserve to die." Humph. Lu Lai coldly snorted as a terrifying light shot out from his eyes. Morong Qing Shu strode over with a smile on his face and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, today is my ancestors' birthday banquet. Please give me some face and fight another day. At that time, I can invite all of my good friends to witness the two of you. Since Brother Qing Shu has spoken, then I'll fight another day." Lu Lai turned around and smiled at Morong Qing Shu. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian once again. He coldly said, "Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you live for a few more days. Enjoy your last moments." Lu Lai looked down from above like a death god as he announced the date of Lin Xian's death. Surnamed Lu, if you dare to speak to me like that again, do you believe that I won't strike you with my sword? I don't care what your identity is. Lin Xian was also angry. The other party was so aggressive and had provoked him time and time again. Even a person made of clay would have some anger, let alone him. Chapter 10:13. The sword Qi was very close to Lu Lai, as if it would slash down at any moment. You dare to attack me? Lu Lai was enraged. He did not expect the other party to attack him. In the next moment, he glared at Lin Fan as well. The aura on his body was like a flood, rumbling loudly. A huge amount of energy gathered and rushed forward, as if it was going to tear Lin Xian apart. Bang! Lin Xian sneered. The sword Qi on his body shone even more brightly. It was like a rainbow as it slashed forward. He had directly used the power of the great dragon sword soul for this attack. It was extremely powerful. He did this to intimidate the crowd and let them know that he, Lin Xian, was not someone who could be provoked. The sword Qi was like a rainbow, quickly slicing through Lu Lai's aura and slashing down. Lu Lai was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword Qi to be so sharp that it could slice through his aura. With a low roar, he waved his palm and slapped upwards. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, letting out a low rumbling sound as if metal and stone had collided. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Lu Lai took 3 steps back. His palm was scarlet red and fresh blood flowed down his fingertips, dripping onto the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. What? Lu Lai is injured? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lu Lai to be the one who was injured in the clash. This was too unbelievable. Lu Lai was a genius disciple of the Lu family, and the Lu family was one of the 8 great families under Prince Lingfeng. They were extremely powerful. Although they could not be compared to the king families, they were not people who could be provoked by ordinary people. Moreover, Lu Lai was very powerful. He was not inferior to Xin Yulong. However, such a powerful person was injured. Moreover, he was injured by a single slash. Everyone looked at Lin Xian, their hearts trembling. Xin Yulong, Morong Qingshu, and the rest frowned. They did not expect Lu Lai to be injured. Lu Lai was both shocked and furious. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at first. He thought that Lin Xian was just an ant that he could casually squash to death. However, things went beyond his expectations. His opponent's sword Qi was too sharp, and it actually injured him. Although it was only a cut on his palm, it still made him very angry because no one had ever been able to hurt him so easily. Lin Xian was also speechless. To be honest, his opponent's strength was above his expectations. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't kill his opponent, he would at least be able to sever his opponent's hand. But now his opponent only had a small cut and didn't suffer any substantial damage. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It seemed that he had the strength to back up his arrogance. Lu Lai's spirit force surged into his palm. The next moment, the blood stopped flowing and the sword wound quickly formed a scar. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lin Xian like a beast. Brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Lu Jiang roared angrily, and the spiritual energy in his body suddenly erupted, wrapping him up like a ball of fire. The sword mark on his palm quickly disappeared, and his entire palm returned to normal. This aura is so strong. The surrounding people cried out in surprise and kept retreating. They had no choice. Lu Lai's current aura was too strong. It was definitely the pressure of a 4th heaven venerable, and it wasn't an ordinary one. The spiritual energy on the surface of Lu Lai's body pulsed like divine flames. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian snorted coldly and pointed his finger forward like a sword. That sword strike just now was a warning to you. If you continue to cause trouble, it won't be as simple as a cut on your palm next time. If you don't believe me, you can try. Lin Xian's voice was like a sharp sword that shook the surroundings. Hearing that, the surrounding warriors were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Who was Lu Lai? He was a genius warrior of the Lu family. Even a core disciple of a king family, like Shen Yulong, addressed him as brother. One could imagine how powerful Lu Lai was. And now he was being scolded by a young man in public. This was a slap to his face. You're courting death. Lu Lai roared angrily and threw out a punch. This punch was filled with spiritual energy and shone brightly. It was like a demonic mountain that charged forward rapidly. At this moment, Lu Lai attacked with all his might. He couldn't wait to punch Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Lin Xian sneered and was not afraid. He waved his arm and landed quickly. An icy blue aura bloomed from his fingertip and turned into an icy sword aura that slashed forward quickly. Accompanying it was a monstrous and terrifying icy aura. Boom! A deep sound was heard as boundless icy aura spread out as if it was going to freeze the entire world. This sword strike was too sharp. It contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely powerful. It forced Lu Lai back again. This time, Lu Lai's fist cracked again, and a terrifying crack appeared on it. Blood spurted out again, but this time it was frozen into ice by the icy aura before it could fall to the ground. This is what gives you the right to be arrogant. What a joke! Lin Xian sneered. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a disciple of the Lu family. Let me tell you, you are nothing in front of me. Lin Xian stood proudly with his black hair fluttering in the wind. At this moment, he was like a sword god looking down on his opponent. Previously, Lu Lai had looked down on him with an arrogant attitude. Now he was going to return the favor with a similar attitude. He wanted to let Lu Lai have a taste of being looked down on and looked down on. When the crowd saw this, their eyelids twitched and they were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. His attack was too terrifying. Even Lu Lai was no match for him. There was no suspense in the fight unless Lu Lai used his martial soul and used all his strength. But no matter what the final result was, Lin Xian's name was etched in everyone's heart. This was definitely a person more terrifying than Lu Lai. Lu Lai was so angry that his body trembled. His face was ferocious as he roared to the sky, "Kid, after the birthday banquet, you and I will fight to the death. I will kill you with my own hands." He was too angry and too aggrieved. If they were not in Crimson Crescent City today and did not have to care about the Morong family's reputation, he would have used all his strength to kill Lin Xian. He would not be as aggrieved as he was now. However, he also decided that after the birthday banquet, he would kill Lin Xian in an extremely brutal way. You still dare to be stubborn? Looks like I didn't teach you a lesson. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his arm again, and a stunning sword chi was released. It tore through the starry sky and slashed forward. Wasn't Lin Xian arrogant and insolent? Wasn't he looking down on everyone? Now he was going to be even more insolent and arrogant than Lin Xian. He wanted to defeat Lu Lai completely. Lu Lai's face was ferocious, and his body trembled with anger. As a genius disciple of the Lu family, he was respected by everyone. Even the core disciples of the King family would call him a friend. But now he was being bullied by a kid. Chapter 10:14. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that he had been suppressed in front of everyone. This made him lose all his face. How was he going to show his face in the future? Little Xian, well done. That's so satisfying. The dark red dragon cheered from the side. Who does he think he is? How dare he look down on us? How despicable. If I still had my powers, I would eat him. The dark red dragon stomped its feet, itching to go up and eat him. Ling Er's mouth twitched. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. Moreover, his attitude was even more decisive and arrogant. He wanted to completely defeat Lu Lai and ruin his reputation so that he wouldn't be able to face everyone. After this battle, Lu Lai's reputation would be greatly reduced. Pum! Another dazzling sword chi, sharp to the extreme, like the Milky Way, quickly slashed down, causing Lu Lai to tremble all over as he continuously retreated. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Lu Lai finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes were filled with madness. With a roar, his aura suddenly erupted. Lu Lai finally couldn't take it anymore. With a long roar, his body emitted a terrifying light. He wanted to fight to the death with Lin Xian. What? You can't take it anymore? Come on then. If you dare to make a move, I'll cut you in half. Sword aura surrounded Lin Xian's body. His fingertips emitted a dazzling sword light. He took a step forward and was about to wield his sword aura. Stop! At this moment, Morong Qingshu suddenly shouted and stood between the two of them. His face was cold and his body carried a terrifying aura. At the same time, his voice seemed to contain a calming power. Today is my ancestor's 800th birthday. I hope the two of you can restrain yourselves. His voice was cold and unquestionable. Little brother, I respect you as a guest brought by Qingqing, so I've been holding back. However, don't go too far. You should know that this is Crimson Crescent City, the Morong family's territory. Not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Morong Qingshu stared at Lin Xian, his voice cold. That's what you're saying. Lin Xian sneered. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me first? If he hadn't been so aggressive, I wouldn't have attacked him. No matter what, I'm a victim. I think you should blame him. Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently. Humph. Lu Lai shouted coldly. Brother Qingshu, I'll give you face this time. After the banquet, I'll kill him myself. I hope you won't stop me. With that, he turned around and left with the Lu family disciples. Ling, bring me to see Qingqing. Lin Xian spoke. After that, he walked past Morong Qingshu, ignoring him. Clearly, Morong Qingshu and Lu Lai were in cahoots. Otherwise, he would not have spoken up for Lu Lai. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to pay any attention to the other party. When he saw this scene, Morong Qingshu's expression turned gloomy. He was a true disciple of a king clan, and he was even the young master of Crimson Crescent City. His status was lofty, and no one dared to disrespect him. But now, a brat actually dared to ignore him. If Lu Lai was not brought here by Qingqing, he would have already ordered people to throw him out. Brother, that brat is too despicable. I'll go teach him a lesson. At the side, a girl in a blue dress said in a low voice. This woman's appearance could be considered pretty, but her pair of eyes flashed with a cold light, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't be rash. After all, he is brought here by Qingqing. Right now, we're still unable to contend with Qingqing. Don't worry, I'll just teach him a lesson. I won't take his life. Seeing that Morong Qingshu did not object, the girl sneered again and left quickly. When Lin Xian arrived at a hall, he realized that Morong Qingqing was not there. She had been called away by an elder of the clan. It seemed like they were discussing something. Since he was bored, Lin Xian strolled around. Little brother, how should I address you? Why don't we get to know each other? Brother Lin, your heroic bearing just now is really enviable. Seeing that Lin Xian was strolling around alone, several cultivators in the surroundings walked over to chat with him. Although Lien Xian and Lu Lai were at odds with the Lu clan, not everyone here were friends of the Lu clan. There were also some who were enemies. Hence, at this moment, these people seemed to have the intention of befriending Lin Xian. The few of them chatted harmoniously. At this moment, a disciple from the Crimson Lunar City walked over and snorted in a low voice. Isn't he just a small disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy? Does he really think he's someone important? He actually dared to make a move in the Crimson Lunar City. How audacious! Yeah, he doesn't even have Brother Qingshu in his eyes. Too despicable. If it wasn't for Sister Qingqing, he wouldn't even be able to enter the banquet. Many disciples from the Crimson Lunar City mocked. At this moment, a girl in a blue dress walked over and coldly laughed. I heard that Sir Lin's name shook the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Now that I've met you, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Although you are a guest invited by Sister Qingqing, you should have prepared a gift, right? I wonder what kind of heaven-shaking gift a genius like you would have prepared. Why don't you take it out and let us have a look? Him? What kind of gift can he take out? I don't think he prepared anything. So what if he prepared something? It's probably some trash that he wouldn't dare to take out. A few disciples from the Crimson Lunar City sneered. Hey, you guys can't say that. No matter what, Brother Lin is still a genius of the Immortal Martial Academy. How could he be so poor that he can't even take out a gift? Murong Qian laughed. Don't underestimate Brother Lin. Do you know what sword he's carrying on his back? That's a half-Earth rank treasure, the solitary star sword. What? A half-Earth rank treasure? Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The few cultivators who were chatting with Lin Xian also widened their eyes. They didn't know that the treasure sword on Lin Xian's back was actually so valuable. The few disciples from the Crimson Lunar City looked at each other. They really didn't know that Lin Xian had a half-Earth rank treasure. However, since Murong Qian had said it, it shouldn't be false. In an instant, the way the crowd looked at Lin Xian changed. Greed and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. It couldn't be helped. A half-Earth rank treasure was too valuable. Even a core disciple of a royal family, like Shen Yulong, didn't have one. One could imagine how valuable it was. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The woman in front of him had acted strangely and wanted to stir up trouble. It was obvious that she wanted to mock and frame him. It seemed that the strength he had displayed earlier wasn't enough. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have dared to provoke him. However, he was here to participate in the birthday banquet, and the other party was a member of the Murong family. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't act out. He sneered in his heart. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't speak, Murong Qian sneered. Sir Lin, why be so stingy? Why don't you show us the gift? Could it be that Sir Lin really didn't prepare anything? Chapter 10:15. This is too bad. No matter what, you're still a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. You're more suitable to be Sister Qingqing's guest. It wouldn't be good if you didn't prepare a gift. At that time, Sister Qingqing and the Immortal Martial Academy will lose face because of you. Murong Qian had a regretful look on her face, but soon after she smiled and said, It's fine even if you didn't prepare anything. I'll help you think of a way. My ancestor loves to collect treasured swords. If you present the Lone Star sword as a gift, I'm sure my ancestor will be overjoyed. Moreover, you can protect Sister Qingqing and the Immortal Martial Academy's face. This is killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. Using a half-Earth tier treasure as a gift, this was too extravagant. It seemed like the attitude of the Crimson Crescent City disciples towards Lin Xian wasn't too friendly. They obviously wanted to snatch the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's face sank as he asked coldly, Who are you? I'm Murong Qian, just a small disciple of the Crimson Crescent City. Wasn't young Master Lin invited by Sister Qingqing? Why aren't you with her? Oh, I remember now. Sister Qingqing went to discuss something with the elders. Of course you can't enter. Ahaha! Murong Qian laughed. Her voice was filled with disdain. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Sister Qingqing? So you're Murong Qingqing's sister? I'm Qingqing's good friend. Speaking of which, I'm also your elder brother. How can you be so disrespectful to your elder brother? I'm thirsty. Get me a cup of tea. Lin Xian sneered. You. Murong Qian was so angry that her body trembled. What was her identity? Although she wasn't a direct disciple of the Crimson Crescent City, she was still an outstanding disciple. She had a noble status and had never been ordered around by others. And now, a despicable brat actually dared to take advantage of her and order her around. He was really courting death. As a younger sister, you should have the awareness of a younger sister. What's wrong? You don't even want to listen to your elder brother's words? Lin Xian smiled again. While you're at it, bring me a chair. I'll wait here for Qing Qing. Brat, don't go too far. Morong Qian scoffed icily. I'm only giving face to Sister Qing Qing. Otherwise, do you think that you could be so arrogant? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know your place. I'm just giving Qing Qing face. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, do you think you'd still be standing? Brat, you're playing with fire. Morong Qian's expression was gloomy and cold. As one of the most outstanding disciples of Crimson Crescent City, she usually behaved like a princess and had never suffered such humiliation. Originally, she had come to ridicule Lin Xian, but she didn't expect that she would be the one being bullied. This made her furious. At this moment, the surrounding dancers also looked over and started discussing. Those gazes caused Morong Qian's expression to darken even further. Lin Xian sneered. He still wanted to say something, but his brows suddenly twitched. He used his soul force to check behind him and discovered that Morong Qingshu was also among them. Instantly, the corners of his lips curled up and he stopped talking. Brat, how dare you provoke me? You're dead meat. Morong Qian gritted her teeth. What? Is this how Crimson Crescent City treats its guests? You even threaten your guests. Lin Xian said in a low voice. If that's the case, I'd better leave. I don't want to be harmed by Crimson Crescent City. You. Morong Qian's chest trembled in anger. She wanted to say something more, but at this moment, a loud shout came from behind her. Shut up. Then Morong Qingshu strode over with a gloomy face. Seeing that it was Lin Xian again, a cold look appeared on his face. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't say anything. After all, Lin Xian was a guest. They were the hosts, and they had to take care of their reputation. Otherwise, Crimson Crescent City would become a laughing stock. Brother, this brat is too hateful. Hurry up and throw him out. Shut up. Don't be rude. Brother Lin is our guest. What have I taught you? Morong Qingshu said coldly. But Morong Qian wanted to say something, but when that icy glare swept towards her, she was so frightened that she no longer dared to speak. Brother Lin, I think this is a misunderstanding. Qian isn't very sensible. If she has offended Brother Lin in any way, please forgive her. It's fine. As an older brother, I won't lower myself to my younger sister's level. Lin Xian waved his hand in a magnanimous manner. Hearing this, Morong Qian's vision turned black and she nearly fainted. Morong Qingshu's lips twitched, but he did not say anything in the end. However, when he looked at Lin Xian, there was an almost undetectable iciness in his eyes. All right, everyone, stop looking. This is a misunderstanding. Morong Qingshu turned around and spoke to the crowd. Everyone, it's still early for the birthday banquet. Why don't we take a stroll around Crimson Crescent City? I don't dare to speak about other places, but there are quite a few good places in Crimson Crescent City. Brother Qingshu, I heard that there is a very famous place in Crimson Crescent City called the Tiger Garden. I heard that there are hundreds of demonic tigers there, and many of them have reached the level of Demon General. I wonder if you can bring us to take a look? A warrior asked. Yeah, I've heard about it too. Many people echoed. Since everyone is interested, I'll bring everyone to take a look. Morong Qingshu laughed loudly. Then his body swayed and he flew towards the sky. The crowd was excited and quickly followed Morong Qingshu. Tiger Garden? Lin Xian's eyes flashed with curiosity. Then his body swayed and he soared into the sky with the dark red divine dragon as he followed behind. It had to be said that Crimson Crescent City was very big. The central area was filled with palaces and pavilions, while the surroundings were mountains, lakes, waterfalls, and forests. It was like a primitive garden. The tiger garden was in the mountains at the periphery. From afar, before they could get close, they could hear tiger roars coming from the forest below. Some of the roars were abnormally terrifying. There was a strong demonic aura. When Lin Xian heard the roars, he was slightly moved because he could clearly feel that the roars contained a terrifying power. The dark red divine dragon had a look of disdain. Although the tiger roars below were powerful, how could they be compared to the dark red divine dragon? If it wasn't for Lin Xian stopping it, the dark red divine dragon would have roared over. Lin Xian followed the large group in front and landed on a mountain top. Morong Qingshu said that the mountain in front was the so-called Tiger Garden. However, there were no special boundaries, and everyone could visit it as they wished. However, they had to take note of the 3 red mountain peaks behind them. It was better for everyone not to go near them, because there were 3 extremely terrifying demonic tigers imprisoned in the 3 mountain peaks. They were even more powerful and violent. Therefore, for safety reasons, it was better for everyone not to go there. Chapter 10:16. Sure enough, there were 3 red mountains in the distance. Although everyone was curious, they did not go because of Morong Qingshu's reminder. Following that, everyone split into groups of 3 to 5 and quickly flew in all directions. Lin Xian also flew to a mountain with a dark red dragon. Sure enough, he saw a fierce tiger in the forest. It was a black-striped demon tiger, more than 10 meters long. It was very ferocious and had a monstrous demonic aura. This demon tiger had reached the level of a demon general. It was awe-inspiring and roared in all directions. Suddenly, it caught a glimpse of Lin Xian's figure and roared. Its eyes filled with ferocity. "Little Black, go, bite him to death!" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The black tiger roared and turned into a black light that pounced. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not panic. Instead, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Although this demon tiger was strong, it was nothing compared to him. Before he even made a move, the dark red dragon beside him suddenly opened its mouth and roared. The voice was not loud and was even a little low. However, it carried the majesty of a king and directly intimidated the black, striped demon tiger. The black tiger's eyes were filled with fear. Its body trembled slightly and it retreated uneasily. It did not expect that the snake-like animal in front of it could make such a sound. Just as it was about to flee, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, forming a huge palm of light and grabbing at it. Dragon catch your hand. The huge light shield whistled with terrifying momentum and caught the black tiger in an instant. Then it brought it closer to Lin Xian. Dragon Catcher Hand was considered a unique skill. It was said that if one mastered it, one could kill a dragon, let alone a demon tiger. Lin Xian retracted his hand and placed the black demon tiger beside him. Immediately, the demon tiger trembled and crawled on the ground, not daring to move. The originally ferocious demon tiger was now as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian squatted down and gently stroked the demon tiger's fur. Then he said indifferently, "What? Was the lesson not enough? Now you want to die?" Lin Xian did not raise his head, but his voice was clearly transmitted to the front. The void in front of him rippled as Morong Qian walked over with a vicious look on her face. "Brat, no one has ever been able to berate me, much less make me look bad in front of everyone. You are the first, so you must die." She stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent in her eyes. "You." Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Morong Qian may be quite powerful, but she was no match for him. "I know that you are very strong and can even fight against Lu Lai. However, don't be too arrogant. Don't forget that this is Crimson Crescent City." Her voice was extremely cold. Then she flipped her wrist and took out a golden scroll. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the scroll opened abruptly. releasing a white light that instantly enveloped Lin Xian and the red mystical dragon. Upon seeing the white light, Lin Xian's face sank. He was about to summon the red lotus battle armor to defend himself. Just then, the red mystical dragon quickly said, "This white light isn't an attack. It seems to have the effect of teleportation." Hearing this, Lin Xian relaxed. However, he still raised the red lotus battle armor. Whoosh! The white light enveloped them. Then Lin Xian and the red mystical dragon's figures disappeared. Morong Qian's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot as well. In this mountain forest, only the demon tiger was left trembling on the ground. When Lin Xian reappeared, he realized that he had arrived at an unfamiliar place. This place was definitely not the same forest as before. It was obvious that the white light had teleported them away. However, the teleportation time this time was very short, so Lin Xian guessed that they should still be in Crimson Crescent City. Then he scanned his surroundings and realized that they were also surrounded by mountain peaks. However, they had all turned crimson red, and there was even a boiling temperature. There's no need to look around. We're still in Crimson Crescent City. Morong Qian's figure appeared in front of him with a cold smile on her lips. To be exact, we're still in Tiger Garden. Why? Do you think that you can succeed just because we were teleported here? Lin Xian sneered. Don't be so smug. You'll find out soon enough. Morong Qian said coldly. Then she interlocked her fingers and placed them by her mouth. She gently blew a whistle. Bang, bang. The ground trembled as if a huge creature was approaching. Along with it was a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic aura was too terrifying. It condensed into a demonic cloud and surged rapidly. Finally, a light flashed and a crimson figure appeared next to Morong Qian. Lin Xian looked up and frowned. The crimson figure was a tiger demon. However, it was different from the demon beasts he had seen before. This one was shaped like a human and could not walk. However, it had the head of a tiger and its limbs were extremely thick. Its huge palms were covered with terrifying sharp claws. It looked half human and half demon and was extremely strange. Demon Clan. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Interesting. No wonder you're so arrogant. There's a tiger demon here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This is a real demon clan. Furthermore, it's the most dangerous place in Tiger Garden because the tiger demons here are extremely powerful. They're 4-star demon generals and are extremely powerful. Furthermore, as a demon clan member, they were extremely strong and ferocious. They were far stronger than 4th Heaven supremacies of the same rank. Brat, how dare you provoke me? You're dead meat. Morong Qian smiled coldly. Is that so? Is this your trump card? No wonder you're so arrogant and dare to lure me here. However, it's useless against me. Lin Xian shook his head. Stop bragging. You'll know how powerful it is soon. Although I can't kill you, I have hundreds of ways to torture you. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Of course, if you're willing to kneel down and admit your mistakes and obediently give me the Lone Star sword as a gift. I'll be gentler when I attack you later. Morong Qian lifted her chin and looked down at Lin Xian. You're really confident. Do you think that a tiger demon can subdue me? Lin Xian shook his head gently. I think you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Morong Qian scoffed coldly. Red tiger demon, capture this brat. I'm going to torture him properly. Buzz. The red tiger demon nodded. He then stomped his foot and charged towards Su Mo like a shooting star. The huge impact tore through the void and crushed the ground as it charged towards Lin Xian. You're indeed a demon, clan member. You're indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed softly. This power alone was no weaker than Lulai's. With a tap of his foot, he retreated like a flickering light and passing shadow. At the same time, his voice floated out. Aren't you afraid that Morong Qingqing will find out that you're trying to kill me? Don't worry. Sister Qingqing won't find out. She doesn't have the time to care about you now. Besides, only the two of us know about this. If I don't say anything, are you going to tell anyone? I don't think that you'll tell anyone about your miserable experience, because you can't afford to lose face. Chapter 1017. Is that so? In other words, this attack was your own idea, and no one knows about it. Lin Xian smiled. So what if it is? I alone am enough to deal with you. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Originally, he had some misgivings and thought that this operation had been ordered by Morong Qingshu. However, it now seemed that Morong Qingshu did not know about it at all. This was completely Morong Qian's idea. Since that was the case, it would be easy to handle. In other words, only the two of them knew about what had happened here today. Thus, Lin Xian no longer had any misgivings. Buzz! The void trembled, and suddenly, a terrifying scarlet beast claw slammed down. The beast claw was extremely terrifying, and it carried a sharp, cold light as it tore through the void. Bang! Lin Xian quickly dodged as the huge tiger claw created a bottomless black hole in the ground. I thought you were some great genius. Turns out you're just a coward who only knows how to run. Morong Qian snorted coldly. Let's see how many times you can run. Chi-hu, break his legs. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he appeared on the side. His gaze gradually turned sharp as he whispered to the dark red divine dragon. Ruffian Long, set up a formation and seal off all images and sounds. Don't let this leak out. Although this was Morong Qian's idea, and no one else knew about it, this was Crimson Crescent City, and there were many cultivators watching Tiger Garden nearby. If there was too much of a commotion, it would be hard to avoid being discovered by others. If they were discovered, Lin Xian would not be able to do anything. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, it was better for Ruffian Long to set up a formation. Don't worry, kid. Leave it to me, the dark red divine dragon said excitedly. It quickly waved its dragon claw and carved out runes to seal off the entire mountain range. It was also extremely angry. That detestable girl was simply too infuriating. She actually wanted to kill them in this place where there was no one else. Since that was the case, it would seal off this place and see who would kill who. Lin Xian sent a message to the dark red divine dragon and asked it to seal off the entire mountain range. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws, and inscriptions quickly appeared. They flew out from the dragon claws and quickly covered the entire mountain range. Soon, an inscription array was formed. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the formation of the illusion array. He was facing the 4 demon generals, whose strength could not be underestimated. If he wanted to take them down, he would have to use some of his true abilities. If that was the case, it would definitely cause a huge battle phenomenon. If it wasn't for the illusion array, they would have been discovered very quickly. But now he had nothing to worry about. Morong Qian laughed icily when she saw that the dark red divine dragon had sealed off the entire mountain. I was initially worried that the Crimson Tiger would cause too much of a commotion and attract the attention of others. But I didn't expect that you, an idiot, would take the initiative to seal off the mountain peak, which just happened to solve my worries. Now let's see where you can run to. When Morong Qian saw that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to seal the mountain, she was overjoyed instead of shocked. That was because she had great confidence in the Crimson Tiger. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely not a match for the Crimson Tiger. The Crimson Tiger also roared. Its huge tiger claws were like demonic mountains, releasing endless demonic aura. They intertwined into a huge beast claw in the air and slammed down quickly. The beast claw emitted light as if it was cast from steel. It carried a terrifying aura and easily tore the void apart. Lin Xian used the dragon-capturing hand to fight against it. The two collided, creating a whistling sound in the void. Morong Qian sneered at the back. You're just a little disciple of the immortal martial academy. If you don't have Morong Qingqing backing you up, you're nothing. And you actually dared to berate me in front of everyone, and even dare to order me around. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me." Murong Qian's voice was icy cold. She kept urging the Crimson Tiger to capture Lin Xian. At the same time, she reminded loudly, "Be careful of his Lone Star sword. That half-earth, rank treasure is very powerful. Don't let him draw it. That's right, you must snatch that sword. I want to give it to the old ancestor as a gift." The dark red dragon snorted coldly. "What a vicious little girl. You're the one who wants to snatch the treasure, yet you're making it sound so dignified. Is your face made of city walls? How can you be so shameless? Ah, you're pissing me off. Crimson Tiger, capture this brat later. Then capture that snake for me. I want to skin it and eat its gallbladder." Murong Qian stomped her feet in anger. She was actually being looked down upon. Moreover, the other party was an ugly snake. She couldn't stand it. "You're indeed vicious. Little girl, with your black heart, you definitely won't be able to get married in this lifetime. You deserve to be an old virgin forever." The dark red dragon's cold words made Murong Qian stomp her feet in anger. While the two were bickering, Lin Xian and the tiger demon had already exchanged dozens of blows. The two of them fought until the sky and earth turned dark. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. There were even deep pits in between. The surrounding mountain range was also in ruins. Countless large rocks rolled down and created a rumbling sound. It was a good thing that the illusion had concealed everything. Otherwise, the commotion would have alerted the others. After another collision, Lin Xian's figure fluttered. He then flipped his hand and was about to draw the Lone Star sword from his back. When she saw this, Murong Qian quickly cried out, "Stop him, quick! Don't let him draw the Lone Star sword." The Lone Star sword was a half-earth rank treasure, and its power was incomparably powerful. Once Lin Xian uses it, his battle power would increase by a large margin. Therefore, no matter what, Murong Qian would not allow Lin Xian to draw it. At that moment, the large tiger demon spoke in human language. "Don't worry, Lady Qian. Even if that kid uses the Lone Star sword, he still won't be able to do anything to me." When he heard this, Lin Xian was stunned. It seems that this tiger demon was more powerful than he had imagined. It could actually speak in human language. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, when he heard the tiger demon's words, he sneered. "You're not afraid of the Lone Star sword? What arrogance! Today, I won't use the Lone Star sword. I'll take you down with my bare hands. You're courting death." When he heard Lin Xian's words, the Crimson Tiger roared angrily. His voice turned into a wave that rolled out and shook all directions. As a 4-star demon, he was extremely powerful and far surpassed human cultivators of the same level. Now, a puny human youth had actually dared to spout such arrogant words. This was simply unforgivable. Then he let out a ferocious roar and spat out a crimson cloud that drifted into the air. The cloud rolled quickly and released a blinding light. It then continued to roll. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clanging was heard, and the crimson cloud turned into a large crimson blade. The large crimson blade danced in the air, leaving behind a series of blade shadows. It was incomparably swift and fierce. "Brat, become a ghost under my blade." The Crimson Tiger waved his large crimson blade and quickly attacked. Dragon Catcher Hand. Vermilion Bird Seal. Chapter 1018. Dragon Catching Hands. Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian roared and used dragon catching hands with his right hand. Spiritual energy surged and formed 2 true dragon shadows that surged forward. He formed a seal with his left hand as well. A red light shone and a vermilion bird was born. Using both hands, Lin Xian unleashed 2 unique skills at the same time. In an instant, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. On the other hand, Red Tiger let out a ferocious roar. Demonic aura surged from his body, and the red saber in his hand swept in all directions. Bam! Boom! Terrifying energy exploded and surged in all directions. Red Tiger kept retreating with shock in his eyes. He did not expect the human to be so powerful. Lin Xian was equally shocked. He was indeed from the demon clan. He was indeed powerful. At the same time, he was a little worried. After all, this was Red Crescent City. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. I wanted to play with you. Looks like it's over. Let's end this. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He quickly took out the red lotus boxing glove and put it on his left hand. Then he threw out a punch. Bright red light shone, and a terrifying palm shadow was thrown out. It opened up in the air and formed a huge hand that covered the sky. In an instant, the light palm was above Red Tiger and slammed down quickly. Red Tiger tried his best to resist, but he could not. He was slammed to the ground by the force. Suddenly, the ground cracked and a human-shaped pit appeared. Red Tiger roared to the sky and tried to break free. However, the bright red light palm was like a cage. It floated above him and turned into a 5-finger mountain that pressed down on Red Tiger. On the mountain peak, a red lotus swayed continuously. Roar! Damn human! Despicable! Let me out! Red Tiger was pressed to the ground and struggled. However, he could not break free. The red lotus light palm was too terrifying. It was definitely not something he could resist. Io, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Dark Red Dragon God walked forward and sneered. He kicked the huge body of Red Tiger a few times. Damn worm! When I get out, I'll tear you apart. Red Tiger roared angrily. You're the worm. Your whole family are worms. Dark Red Dragon God stomped his feet in anger. Stomp, 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 stomp. He frantically swung his leg and kicked Red Tiger's face nonstop. What? Impossible. On the other side, Morong Qian was also stunned. She never imagined that Lin Xian would actually be able to defeat Qi Hu, and in such a swift manner. This had completely exceeded her understanding. One had to know that Qi Hu was a 4-star fiend general, and the fiend clan strength was incomparably powerful. Even if Lu Lai and the others were here, they probably wouldn't be able to take him down. But now, Lin Xian could easily take down Crimson Tiger. It was simply too inconceivable. In the next moment, Morong Qian's expression changed drastically, and she quickly fled into the distance. The reason she dared to capture Lin Xian was because of the Crimson Tiger Demon. But now the Crimson Tiger Demon had been subdued by him. Now she was the only one left. With her strength, she was no match for Lin Xian. Hence, Morong Qian did not have the courage to stay here. Morong Qian's body swayed as she mustered all of her strength and flew into the distance like a beam of light. Trying to leave? Lin Xian sneered and waved his dragon-capturing hand. 2 gigantic palms of light spiraled like 2 true dragons and charged forward quickly. The terrifying palms whistled, blotting out the sky and enveloping Morong Qian in an instant. You dare to touch me? You're dead meat. I'm from Crimson Crescent City. I'm from the Morong clan. Morong Qian was so frightened that her face turned pale as she screamed crazily. Why? Are you afraid now? Didn't you say that you would torture me to death when you were so arrogant before? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I thought you had some backbone, but I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. His expression was cold as he waved his arm. 2 true dragons quickly bound Morong Qian and pulled her back to his side. Kid, you dare to touch me? You're dead meat. Crimson Crescent City won't let you off, and neither will the Morong clan. Won't let me off. You think too highly of yourself. If the one I beat up today was Morong Qingshu, there might be some trouble. But you, to be honest, I'm here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy. I don't believe that Crimson Crescent City will go against the Immortal Martial Academy for a mere disciple. What? You're here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy? That's impossible. Weren't you brought here by Morong Ching? Morong Qian screamed. She was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. Being here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy and being brought here by Morong Ching were two completely different concepts. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was only able to enter Crimson Crescent City because of his relationship with Morong Ching. Hence, she didn't put Lin Xian in her eyes. But now, it seemed that she was completely wrong. If Lin Xian was really here on behalf of the Immortal Martial Academy, then his status would be completely different. At the very least, he wouldn't be any lower than a core disciple of a king clan like Xin Yilong. One must know that although the Immortal Martial Academy was just an academy, its status was absolutely extraordinary and wouldn't lose out to a king clan. At this moment, Morong Qian was finally afraid. Young Master Lin, I was wrong. I beg you, please let me go. Morong Qian pleaded with a face full of tears, looking delicate and pitiful. If it was an ordinary person who saw this scene, they might have been deceived by her. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He had previously experienced the heart of this venomous woman. Just because of a few words, this venomous woman wanted to torture him to death. If it wasn't for his strength, if it was someone else, they would have been tortured to a pulp. Ruffian Long, set up an illusion array and throw her in. Scare her, but don't kill her. Don't worry. Using an illusion array to scare people. I like it. Ruffian Long was very excited. He waved his dragon claws and quickly set up a small illusion array. Then, Lin Xian sealed Morong Qian's spiritual energy and threw her into the illusion array. Soon, Morong Qian's terrified screams came from the illusion array. Her voice was very miserable and would make anyone who heard it shiver. Lin Xian ignored Morong Qian and turned to look at the scarlet tiger who was pinned under the Five-Finger Mountain. Despicable human, let me out, and we'll fight to the death. I'll skin you alive. The scarlet tiger roared wildly, and his entire being emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. You still dare to be stubborn? You're only a demonic beast, yet you dare to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, this is human territory. You still want to kill me? Can you do it? Lin Xian sneered and slapped the scarlet tiger on the ground. The slap landed heavily on the scarlet tiger's body and instantly smashed him into the ground. The ground cracked and countless cracks spread out in all directions like a python's web. Lin Xian had very precise control over his strength. Therefore, the slap had only injured the scarlet tiger and did not take his life. Ah, damned human, I'll kill you. The scarlet tiger spat out the human language as if he had gone mad. However, what awaited him was a terrifying palm shadow. Lin Xian continued to punch the scarlet tiger's body until he was smashed into the ground. Chapter 1019. All the bones in Qi whose body were broken, and he fell into a deep pit. However, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. Qi, who was indeed from the demon clan. He was indeed powerful. If a human supremacy had suffered such an attack, he would have died. However, Qi, who was only severely injured and his life was not in danger. After that, Lin Xian did not attack again. He could not really kill Qi Hu. After all, this was Crimson Crescent City's territory. Kid, what should we do? The dark red divine dragon asked. Bury him underground and seal him tightly. Don't let him out for the time being. Lin Xian replied, bury him alive. Caw-caw. I like it. The crimson divine dragon was excited. It kept rubbing its hands and quickly formed a seal to seal the crimson tiger under the ground. After sealing Qi Hu, Lin Xian turned around and looked at the illusory formation in front of him. All right, it's about time. Let her out. I think she won't dare to throw her weight around and bully others anymore. Lin Xian said, it's over so soon. I wanted to play a little longer. The dark red divine dragon curled his lips and dispelled the illusory formation reluctantly. Morong Qian was then released. Her footsteps were trembling and her hair was in a mess. Her face was unusually pale and her body trembled with every step she took. Her eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, she kept screaming, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I won't do it again." It seemed that Morong Chien was still under the shadow of the illusory formation and had yet to awaken. Seeing this, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. With a wave of his hand, a blue frost flew out. Frost and cold air gushed out and covered Morong Chien. The terrifying power of ice pierced her bones and woke her up immediately. Ah! Morong Chien screamed and returned to normal. However, her body still trembled when she recalled her experience. When she saw Lin Xian in front of her, she lowered her head deeply. "Don't be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, you'll end up in a worse state than today," Lin Xian calmly said. Morong Chien did not say anything and lowered her head even more. However, after today's experience, she would not dare to bully others so casually. "All right, remove the formation. It's time for us to leave." "Brat, you're letting her go just like that? Aren't you afraid that she'll seek revenge?" "That Morong Shu is nearby. If this little girl were to speak about what happened just now, I'm afraid the people of the Morong family would immediately take action. Don't worry. With her personality, she definitely won't tell anyone about what happened just now. Otherwise, she won't be the only one losing face. So, for the sake of Crimson Crescent City and the Morong family's reputation, she will not tell anyone," Lin Xian said calmly. Clearly, he had thought about all these things beforehand. Then, the dark red divine dragon removed the sealing array. "Let's go. While you're at it, introduce this tiger park to me." Lin Xian turned around and said to Morong Chien. Morong Chien's face turned pale. Her heart was filled with unwillingness and she did not want to stay here any longer. However, she did not dare to disobey Lin Xian's orders. She had no choice but to agree. Morong Chien led the way in front. She then led Lin Xian and Morong Chien on a tour of Tiger Park. During this time, the dark red divine dragon kept nodding its head. It never thought that this little girl would be so timid and so easily frightened. She was initially arrogant and despotic like a femme fatale, but now she looks like a well-behaved little wife. "Brat, your methods aren't too bad. In the future, if you don't like anyone, you don't even need to attack them. Tie them up and throw them into the illusory array. Let them suffer for 3 days and 3 nights. I reckon that they'll be extremely obedient when they come out." As the two chatted and joked, Morong Chien, who was leading the way, had a dark look on her face. She resisted the urge to break down and quickened her pace. Soon they ran into other people. As Tiger Park was very famous, many cultivators had gathered nearby to admire it. Isn't that Morong Chien? Why is she with Lin Xian? Didn't the two of them get into a fight?" "That's right." Many people looked puzzled when they saw Lin Xian and Morong Chien. This was far too suspicious. Not too long ago, Lin Xian and Morong Chien had gotten into a verbal argument. Morong Chien, in particular, had mocked and ridiculed Lin Xian. She had even clamored for Lin Xian to give the Lone Star sword away as a gift. One could say that the conflict between the two was not small at all. However, at this moment, the two of them were walking together to admire Tiger Park. It seems that Morong Chien was their guide. What on earth is going on here? How are the two of them on such good terms? Everyone was in a daze, and their hearts were filled with guesses. Could it be that the two of them are having an affair and that their previous conflict was merely a cover-up? I think so. Look at Morong Chien. She's so well-behaved like a little wife. They're clearly a couple. That's right, I didn't see them earlier. Could they have done that? Many people looked at each other and smiled as their eyes filled with vulgarity. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. Morong Chien blushed and buried her head deep into her chest. The Crimson Divine Dragon, on the other hand, could not stop laughing maniacally. This group of people is just too adorable. Their imaginations sure are rich. However, if they were to find out the truth, their jaws would probably drop from shock. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Sister Chien have anything to do with that fellow? That's right, that kid is too hateful. He had the audacity to behave so atrociously in Crimson Crescent City. How could Sister Chien let him get away with it? A group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples refused to accept this and began to clamor. However, when they saw the unusually bashful Morong Chien next to Lin Xian, their eyes widened and their eyeballs nearly fell out of their sockets. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Is this really Sister Chienna? Why do I feel as if she's a completely different person? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. This kid must have used some trick. Many disciples refused to accept this and charged forward. Kid, tell us, what have you done to Sister Chien? Lin Xian was speechless. The Crimson Divine Dragon, on the other hand, leaped out and berated the group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples. You bunch of B***stards, what kind of filthy thoughts do you have in your heads? What could the two of them have done in broad daylight? Besides, even if there was something going on, it's between the two of them. What does it have to do with you? The Crimson Divine Dragon's words were becoming more and more ambiguous. Many people's expressions turned extremely interesting when they heard this. Morong Chien, on the other hand, had black lines running down her forehead. She was about to explode from anger. However, having learned her lesson, she did not dare to behave atrociously in front of Lin Xian. Otherwise, if she were to be secretly caught and thrown into an illusory array, she might as well die. Morong Chien took a deep breath and tried her best to calm her emotions. She then lifted her head and forced an ugly smile. You're overthinking things. There's nothing between me and Sir Lin. We had some misunderstandings previously, but we've cleared things up. After all, Sir Lin is our honored guest. What's wrong with me showing him around Tiger Park? Morong Chien became haughty once again as she spoke. No. Chapter 1020. Disperse. I'll show Sir Lin around for a bit. We'll be back soon. Morong Chien replied coldly before she turned towards Lin Xian and whispered, Sir Lin, this way please. The crowd felt dizzy. Morong Chien's attitude towards Lin Xian was completely different from her attitude towards others. They would never believe that there was nothing fishy going on here. However, Morong Chien was a member of Crimson Moon City after all. Now that they were in Crimson Moon City, they did not dare to spread any rumors. The disciples of Crimson Moon City shook their heads. They were well aware of Morong Chien's fierce reputation, so they did not dare to say anything. Hence, the crowd dispersed and could only suppress their curiosity. Lin Xian then strolled through a few more mountains. This time, he and Morong Chien were not the only ones around. There were many cultivators nearby as well. Suddenly, the snow-white little fox gently tugged at Lin Xian's hair and began to make some noises. You're saying that someone is following us? Lin Xian frowned when he saw the snow-white little monkey's gestures. Can you find him? Lin Xian asked. Nope. The snow-white little monkey turned its head and scanned its surroundings with its large, black, jewel-like eyes. However, in the next moment, it used its snow-white little paws to scratch its head with a puzzled look on its face. Nope. The little white monkey began to gesture again. This time, Lin Xian was a little dazzled. Sai, let me translate for you. The Crimson Divine Dragon, who was standing next to him, could not bear to watch any longer. Little Munchkin means that the person has disappeared and it can't find him. Disappeared? Can't find him? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Nope. The snow-white little monkey nodded and began to gesture again. The Crimson Divine Dragon continued to explain. It says that the person often hides in the crowd and appears with different appearances. Every time, they are around 300 feet away. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression turned exceptionally ugly. because even with his outstanding soul power, he actually couldn't detect the other party's abnormality. He didn't even feel any danger. This was a very bad sign for him. One must know that his soul power was extremely powerful. It was even comparable to a cultivator of the 5th or 6th layer of the exalted realm. Even so, he was still unable to sense that person. One could imagine how terrifying that person was. The dark, red, divine dragon also frowned. That person shouldn't be as powerful as you think. Otherwise, he could have just used his strength to crush you to death. I'm afraid he wouldn't have the confidence to take you down. However, his concealment skills are quite good. Even I didn't notice him for a while. Luckily, the little guy was able to discover the abnormality. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. 0. Can you detect any abnormalities? Lin Xian had no choice but to ask the 10,000 beast cauldron in his body. There is indeed someone following you. It's a very ordinary man, so ordinary that you wouldn't notice him even if you saw him. That person should be a very professional killer. Fortunately, the little monkey beside you is very intelligent. It was actually able to discover the abnormality. Zero's voice was cold. Can you help me point out who it is? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The current situation was very unfavorable for him because he had no idea where the danger was hiding. Not for now, because I've just woken up. I'm not as powerful as you think. However, when that person comes within 10 feet of you, I can help you call the police. 10 feet is enough. Although 10 feet was just a blink of an eye for people of their level, it was better than no warning at all. With Zero's warning, Lin Xian was relieved. However, his face was still gloomy. Boy, from the looks of it, that person seems to be an assassin. Could it be related to those people who tried to assassinate you before? The dark red divine dragon said. It's possible. Lin Xian frowned. Indeed, not long ago he was besieged by 2 assassins. Moreover, the 2 assassins' concealment skills were extremely powerful. Even he was almost hit at that time. Now, there was an even more powerful assassin following them. He couldn't help but connect the 2 together. Who was it that was trying so hard to kill him? Moreover, what made him even more shocked was that this assassin had followed them all the way to Crimson Moon City. If he was assassinated here, it would definitely be a shocking matter. This time, he represented the Immortal Martial Academy. If he were to die in the Morong family, it would probably cause a huge commotion in the Immortal Martial Academy. Humph, you'd better not let me catch you. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Let's go. Let's leave this place. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said to Morong Qian in front of him, All right. Morong Qian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. Following Lin Xian was indeed too stressful for her. Let's go to the Crimson Moon Palace. The birthday banquet should be starting soon. Morong Qian thought for a moment and said, All right, you lead the way. Lin Xian nodded. There would definitely be a large number of cultivators and elders in the Crimson Moon Palace. The assassin would probably not dare to make a move in that place. It goes without saying that this elder of the Morong family was very powerful. Countless powerful cultivators had come to participate in this birthday banquet. Lin Xian saw many 5th heaven and even 6th heaven honorable realm cultivators. These people's auras were too powerful. The blood and qi in their bodies were like furnaces of the heavens and earth, emitting a powerful vitality. Every move they made carried a terrifying aura. Clearly, these people should be elders from some powerful forces. Even Shen Yulong, Lu Lai, and the others had to greet them respectfully. One could imagine how terrifying these cultivators were. These cultivators were all invited to the Great Hall and were seated at the top. Shen Yulong, Lu Lai, and the rest of the younger generation could only sit far away. The entire Great Hall was grand and bustling with noise and excitement. When the crowd saw Lin Xian and Morong Qian, who was leading the way, they were stunned for a moment. This was because Morong Qian was wearing the uniform of an elite disciple of Crimson Moon City and not an ordinary disciple. It was impossible for someone like her to be a guide. Now, Murong Qian was leading the way for a young man, and her attitude was very respectful as well. This made many people extremely puzzled. When Lu Lai, Shen Yulong, and the others saw this, their faces were filled with surprise. Murong Qingshu's face sank. Previously, he had heard his subordinates report this matter. Initially, he had thought that it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed that it was an exceptionally ugly sight. Murong Qian could no longer hold herself back when she saw so many eyes on her. She no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and quickly walked forward to stand next to Murong Qingshu. "Hey, you're here." Just then, a mellow voice rang out. Soon after, a peerlessly beautiful figure walked over from afar and quickly arrived next to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned when they saw this figure. They stared fixedly at her, and even their breathing quickened. Chapter 10:21. You weren't here just now, so I took a stroll around the tiger garden. Lin Xian replied with a smile. You must be tired. Go rest over there. Murong Qingqing was like an obedient little wife as she pulled Lin Xian to the seat beside her. This scene broke the hearts of countless young geniuses as they screamed in agony. For a moment, everyone's gaze towards Lin Xian was filled with hostility. Shen Yulong, Lu Lai, and the others' gazes turned even colder. There was even a trace of killing intent. Even outstanding geniuses like them weren't able to gain the favor of Murong Qingqing. What right did an ordinary disciple of the immortal martial academy have to gain the favor of their goddess? They were extremely unconvinced. On the side of Crimson Crescent City, everyone had a strange expression on their faces. Especially Murong Qingshu. The corner of his mouth was twitching. Although he knew that Lin Xian was brought here by Murong Qingqing, he didn't expect the two of them to have such a good relationship. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing sat together peacefully as they chatted in a low voice. Next, everyone took out the gifts they had prepared and presented them to Lin Xian. At this moment, many people looked towards Lin Xian with provocative gazes. They wanted to see what kind of gift Lin Xian could present. Because the conflict between Lin Xian and Murong Qian was because of the gift in his hands, they were very curious about what Lin Xian was going to take out. Among them, the Wu family, Lu family, Xin family, and Crimson Crescent City's disciples all looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. They wanted to see what kind of gift this arrogant and fearless youth could take out. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian flipped his palm and took out a black box. It was a very ordinary box. It was very simple and unadorned, to the point that it was abnormal. There were no exquisite carvings or dazzling lights. It was just the most ordinary wooden box. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take out something like this. Fuck, what is that? Isn't it just an ordinary box? Look at his calm face. Could there be some treasure in the box? What kind of joke is this? Would you put a treasure in this kind of box? Someone sneered disdainfully. The son of the Lu family mocked him even more. Kid, no matter how poor you are, you shouldn't be taking this kind of thing. Are you here to cause trouble? Seeing Murong Qingqing sitting next to Lin Xian, everyone was envious, jealous, and hateful. Therefore, they seized this opportunity to ridicule Lin Xian. Who the hell do you think you are? You're just a little disciple of the immortal martial academy, yet you're able to gain the favor of the heaven's chosen goddess? You must have used some despicable methods. Now, I'll expose your true ugly face. This was what all the young warriors were thinking. At this time, the Shun family's disciple also said, looking at Brother Lin's calm expression, there must be something good inside the wooden box. No, let's open it and take a look. It's nothing. It's just a medicinal pill that I refined myself. Lin Xian said indifferently. What? A medicinal pill that you refined yourself? Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian actually knew how to refine medicinal pills. However, very quickly, the crowd revealed looks of disdain, because in their eyes Lin Xian was so young. So what if he knew how to refine medicinal pills? His standard was definitely not high. At most, he would be a fifth-grade alchemist. What kind of medicinal pill could a fifth-grade alchemist refine? At most, it would be a fifth-grade medicinal pill. Even better ones would be fifth-grade medicinal pills. This kind of medicinal pill, he actually had the nerve to take it out as a birthday gift? What a joke! Thinking of this, several cultivators sneered. They felt that Lin Xian was too childish. He actually took out a medicinal pill that he refined himself as a birthday gift. I knew that this brat didn't have anything good. I originally thought that he would only take out some ordinary gifts. Who would have thought that his gift would be so strange? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Humph, how despicable. He clearly had a half-Earth grade treasure, but didn't give it away. He actually gave away such a trashy medicinal pill. Does he really think that our Crimson Lunar City is easy to swindle? The Crimson Lunar City's disciples were all incomparably angry. They looked at the crowd with unfriendly expressions. Lin Xian touched his nose, speechlessly. What was this group of people ridiculing him for? Could it be that he said something wrong? That he refined it himself? Ha 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 ha, Brother Lin, your gift is really strange. At this moment, a feminine-looking youth beside Shen Yulong stood up. Although I didn't expect Brother Lin to also be an alchemist, this gift is really surprising. You have to know that as a sixth-grade alchemist, I don't even dare to give away medicinal pills that I refine myself. Brother Lin's courage is really admirable. This voice had a hint of sarcasm. Oh, you're a sixth-grade alchemist? This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that this youth was also an alchemist and a sixth-grade alchemist at that. To be able to become a sixth-grade alchemist at such a young age, his talent was definitely valiant. As expected of a king clan, they actually produced such a genius alchemist. However, the youth's words made him very unhappy. Lin Xian also understood why everyone laughed at him when he took out the wooden box. It turned out that these people definitely didn't think that the medicinal pill in the wooden box was anything good. That was why they had such an expression. However, Lin Xian's mouth had a trace of a cold smile. They really were a group of frogs at the bottom of a well. They really didn't know anything. Just because he couldn't refine high-grade medicinal pills didn't mean that others couldn't refine them as well. They really were a group of pitiful people. Lin Xian stared at the feminine-looking youth and said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother to also be a sixth-grade alchemist. I've been disrespectful. A sixth-grade alchemist status isn't low. Brother's talent is really good. It's really enviable. Hearing this, the feminine-looking youth smiled proudly and raised his chin arrogantly. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They didn't expect Lin Xian to say such a thing. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, Lin Xian's alchemy skills definitely didn't exceed that of a sixth-grade alchemist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such a thing. A mere alchemist actually dared to take out his own trash medicinal pill as a birthday gift. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Damn it, this guy is too despicable. He actually dares to look down on our Crimson Crescent City. This guy is purely here to cause trouble. I suggest we throw him out. Humph. Even if he has big Sister Ching Ching support, he can't be so arrogant. Does he really think that there's no one in our Crimson Crescent City? A group of Crimson Crescent City's disciples were very angry. Murong Ching Ching also looked over curiously. Although she knew that Lin Xian's alchemy skills weren't weak, she was still a little worried at this moment. Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Lin Xian gave her a comforting look. Then a playful smile appeared on his face. Seeing this smile, Murong Ching Ching was relieved, because she knew that whenever Lin Xian had this kind of smile, it meant that he was very confident in this matter. Chapter 10:22. The gloomy young man raised his chin and said to Lin Xian, You don't have to be envious of me. Some talents are innate. It's useless even if you're envious. However, if you're sincere, I can give you some pointers on alchemy. It's a great honor to be taught by me. It'll save you a few years of deeders." The gloomy young man said in the tone of an elder. Uft. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon almost spat out the wine in his mouth. He looked at the gloomy young man with a strange expression. Teach Lin Xian? Lin Xian's alchemy skills were better than some old monsters. He even had the inheritance of King Danyu. Why would he need others to teach him? However, the dark red divine dragon held back his laughter. In his heart, he was laughing maniacally. This kid is too arrogant and overestimating himself. He actually dares to teach Lin Xian alchemy? If he knows that this wooden box contains a 7th grade pill, I wonder what kind of expression he'll have. The dark red divine dragon was looking forward to it. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Brother, you're really generous. I didn't expect the Xin family to have such a generous and selfless pill. How rare." Lin Xian's words made the gloomy young man even more proud. He said arrogantly, "Seeing how sincere you are, I can give you some pointers. Open your wooden box, and let me see how good your pill is. I'll also know where your flaws are." "Forget about that." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. "This thing is for Senior Morong. It's not good to open it now." Uft. Hearing this, countless people spat out the wine in their mouths and looked at Lin Xian strangely. What was this guy thinking? He still dared to give away his pill as a gift. Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death by the people of Crimson Crescent City? The disciples of Crimson Crescent City clenched their fists and looked at Lin Xian angrily. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and beat this detestable kid up. The gloomy young man from the Qin family was also stunned. He never thought that Lin Xian would actually dare to say such a thing. Could it be that there was something wrong with his head? Thinking of this, the smile on his lips became even more disdainful. "Brother Lin, I advise you to open it now and let me give you some pointers so that you can understand your true level. Otherwise, if this pill is given out, I'm afraid it will only become a laughing stock." "That's right. Open it and let me see what kind of top-grade pill you've refined." The surrounding cultivators also said while suppressing their laughter. "Forget it. I gave this to Senior Morong. It's really not suitable to open it here." Lin Xian shook his head. Since it's a gift, I'll know about it last night. Why don't I open it now and take a look?" "That's right. It's not like you'll lose anything just by looking at it. Let us take a look at your top-grade medicinal pill." The surrounding warriors laughed. The more Lin Xian refused to open it, the more they wanted to know what kind of medicinal pill was inside. In the end, the disciples of Crimson Lunar City couldn't stand it anymore. They coldly shouted, "As people of Crimson Lunar City, it's not too much for us to take a look. What if there's something dangerous inside? How are we going to present it to the old lord?" In the end, Morong Qingshu also said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, open it." Seeing so many people trying to persuade him, Lin Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. "I really don't want to open it, but since you've all said so, there's no other way. All right, I'll open it and let you take a look." Quickly open it. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and open it," the surrounding warriors urged. In their opinion, what was inside Lin Xian's box was definitely not something good. As for the Crimson Divine Dragon, it was forcefully suppressing its laughter as it grinned and laughed silently. This brat was too evil. There was clearly a 7th grade medicinal pill inside, but he pretended to be embarrassed to open it, deceiving everyone around him. The Crimson Divine Dragon looked at the expressions of the surrounding people who were waiting to see a good show. He wanted to see what kind of wonderful expressions these people would have when the wooden box was opened. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian slowly opened the wooden box. "Damn, what's going on? There's nothing inside." Everyone stretched their necks to take a look. However, they discovered that the wooden box was flat and there was no medicinal pill inside. Everyone was puzzled. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Xian said, "Don't be anxious. There's still another layer of boxes." Pretentious. He must be pretentious. A lousy 5th grade medicinal pill. And he actually used 2 boxes to store it. He was simply too pretentious. Let's see how the medicinal pill will come out and will laugh you to death. Everyone ground their teeth in anger. As for the 6th grade alchemist youth, his lips curled in disdain. Humph, he's just playing to the gallery. This was his evaluation of Lin Xian. However, soon he frowned because a faint medicinal fragrance wafted out from the wooden box. This pill fragrance was very faint. Because Lin Xian had not opened the 2nd wooden box yet, no one had smelled it. However, as a 6th grade pill inscription master, his strength was not to be underestimated, so he could clearly sense this pill fragrance. This medicinal fragrance is so strange. The gloomy youth frowned. This medicinal fragrance was not something a 5th grade medicinal pill could emit. Could it be a 6th grade medicinal pill? Thinking of this, he was shocked. Impossible. Could it be that he's also a 6th grade alchemist? The gloomy youth was puzzled. One had to know that he was a 6th grade alchemist, so he naturally knew how terrifying a 6th grade alchemist was. Generally, 6th grade alchemists were old monsters who were hundreds of years old. Very few young people could reach the level of a 6th grade alchemist. For someone like him to reach the level of a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age, he was considered a heaven-defying genius. One had to know that his status in the Xin family was not lower than a core disciple like Xin Yulong. In fact, his status was even higher. However, he discovered that there was a possibility that Lin Xian was also a 6th grade alchemist. This made him feel disbelief, because to become a 6th grade alchemist, one did not only need talent, but also the guidance of a master and a large amount of resources. Otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the level of a 6th grade alchemist with just talent. He had received guidance from alchemy grandmasters since he was young, and his family had provided him with countless medicinal ingredients to refine pills. Under the nurturing of so many resources, he was able to become a 6th grade alchemist at such a young age. However, Lin Xian was actually a 6th grade alchemist from the Immortal Martial Academy. This was something he could not accept. Impossible. He definitely can't be a 6th grade alchemist. It should only be because of the medicinal fragrance. Maybe it's a special 5th grade medicinal pill. The gloomy youth consoled himself because he really did not believe that Lin Xian had such powerful strength and talent. Whether or not he's trying to mystify me, we'll know very soon. His eyes were ice cold as he stared ahead, staring fixedly at Lin Xian's actions. The surrounding crowd also held their breaths as they stared at the wooden box in Lin Xian's hands. Because this time, Lin Xian was about to completely open the 2nd wooden box. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian coldly laughed in his heart. This time, he did not delay and quickly opened the 2nd wooden box. Chapter 10:23. An extremely unique pill fragrance wafted out and instantly spread in all directions. This smell is so fragrant. Everyone was shocked when they smelled the pill fragrance. What kind of pill is this? It actually has such a fragrance. It can't be. Isn't it a 5th grade pill? How can it be so fragrant? Yeah, this fragrance is too magical. Just smelling a trace of it caused the spirit energy in my body to surge endlessly. Everyone exclaimed because this fragrance was too special and far exceeded their expectations. Could it be that it's not a 5th grade pill? Everyone looked at each other. They were puzzled because they all knew that it was a 5th grade pill. It was impossible for it to emit such a fragrance. It can't be. Could it be a 6th grade pill? Thinking of this, many people's hearts beat wildly. For a moment, everyone turned to look at the gloomy young man from the Xin family. That young man was a 6th grade alchemist, so he should know the grade of this pill. The Crimson Crescent City's disciples were also shocked, especially Morong Qingshu. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Brother Shin, you are a 6th grade alchemy inscription master. Please appraise the grade of this pill." To be honest, he was also very puzzled. However, he did not believe that Lin Xian could refine a 6th grade pill. The gloomy young man's eyelids twitched violently, and his face was filled with shock. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened as he pointed ahead and trembled. A 7th grade pill. How is this possible? Finally, he could not help but scream out loud. What? A 7th grade pill? Hearing the gloomy young man's voice, everyone was stunned. Is this true? That pill is actually a 7th grade pill. Could there be a mistake? Impossible. He's a genius alchemist from the Shen family, and a 6th grade alchemist at that. How could there be a mistake? I'm not dreaming, right? Lin Xian actually refined a 7th grade pill. Could he be a 7th grade alchemist? For a moment, everyone was discussing animatedly. The Lu family and the Shen family were dead silent. The disciples of the two families had ugly expressions as they looked ahead in disbelief. The disciples of Crimson Crescent City were even more stunned. Their minds were blank. They did not expect Lin Xian to give away a 7th grade pill. After all, 7 bottles of pills were extremely precious. Even 5th or 6th heavenly layer exalted realm experts would be tempted. Moreover, that was just an ordinary 7th grade pill. If the pill in Lin Xian's hand had any special effects, it would definitely make countless powerhouses jealous. This gift was indeed precious. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon laughed maniacally as tears flowed out of his eyes. This was because the expressions of the people around him were simply too interesting. These people wanted to watch a show and mock and despise Lin Xian, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would directly take out a level 7 medicinal pill and knock them out. Now these people were all shocked, and their eyes were filled with terror and fear. It was a stark contrast to the disdainful and mocking expression from before. On the other hand, Lin Xian was all smiles as he said, "Hey, what's your name?" "Shen family's pill genius. Can you give me some pointers and see if there are any flaws in my pill? That way, I'll be able to save myself a few years of detours." Hearing this, everyone's lips twitched and they were speechless. Sarcasm. This was blatant sarcasm. You've already refined a 7th grade pill and your strength is heaven-defying, while the other party is only a 6th grade alchemist. Now, you actually want him to give you pointers. Isn't this a pure slap in the face? When everyone saw Lin Xian smile, they all understood. This kid must be doing this on purpose. First, he pretended to be very weak and waited for the Shen family to jump out and clamor. Finally, he took out a powerful pill and ruthlessly slapped the Shen family's face. This was a conspiracy. For a moment, everyone looked at the area where the Shen family disciples were, their faces filled with sympathy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Shen family disciples' faces were all red, and they were so angry that their bodies trembled. This slap in the face was too loud, and it directly knocked them out. Even Shen Yulong's face darkened, and he wanted nothing more than to flick his sleeves and leave. The gloomy young man's expression was even uglier, and it was even somewhat sinister. Thinking back to how he acted high and mighty and wanted to give Lin Xian pointers. Now that Lin Xian took out a 7th grade pill, he was directly stunned. Thinking back to what he said before, the gloomy young man was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to crawl into. A person who could refine a 7th grade pill needed his pointers? What a joke! One had to know that although the difference between the two was only 1 grade, the gap between the two was like heaven and earth. This huge contrast was unbearable for him. Seeing that the Shen family was dead silent and no one spoke, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He picked up the wine cup on the table and slowly tasted it. Beside him, Murong Qingqing was also puzzled. "You, this guy, when did you become able to refine 7th grade pills?" "I broke through recently." "How is it? Surprised, right?" Lin Xian said with a smile. It is indeed a surprise. Originally, I had some spirit herbs and didn't know what to do with them. Now, you can refine them all into 7th grade pills. Murong Ching Ching covered her mouth and chuckled. From now on, you will be my professional alchemist. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. No problem. How can I not agree to a beautiful girl's request? Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, the crowd was envious. Then they looked at the Shen family again and sighed while shaking their heads. Even the disciples of the Liu family and Crimson Crescent City were gloating. At this moment, the gloomy young man from the Shen family suddenly roared. Impossible, this is impossible. I don't believe it. I want to test the pills. With a crazed expression, he quickly walked towards Lin Xian. His large hands were as fast as lightning and quickly grabbed the wooden box on the table. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he kept the bottles of pills. Kid, I want to test the pills. Why are you stopping me? Do you have a guilty conscience? The gloomy young man shouted coldly. Now he had to find out whether these pills were 7th grade pills or not. Otherwise, it would become his inner demon. Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'll test the pills just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? This isn't your Shen family. What if you use the excuse of testing the pills and secretly eat them? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Hearing this, the crowd vomited blood. No matter what, he was still a genius alchemist of the Shen family. How could he secretly take the pills in front of everyone? It was obvious that Lin Xian was looking down on him. The gloomy young man's face darkened. He was so angry that his body trembled. Kid, don't you dare slander me. I won't do such a thing. However, I must test the pills. He was going crazy. If he couldn't find out the truth of these pills, he was afraid that he would be traumatized when refining pills in the future. If that was really the case, his alchemy path would be ruined. Lin Xian didn't care if the other party was traumatized or not. Previously, the other party had mercilessly suppressed him and made him unhappy. Now, why would he care about these people? Both parties were in a deadlock and were about to fight. At this moment, a few elders from Crimson Crescent City rushed over. They had received a report from a disciple and hurried over to stop the fight. After all, this was their Crimson Crescent City's birthday banquet. If a fight broke out, they would be the ones to lose face.